you hide away.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new. Give the children of our Mother Earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, Achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breathe, my breathe, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen. Achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breathe, my breathe, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen. Achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breathe, my breathe, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen. Achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breathe, my breathe, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen. Achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breathe, my breathe, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen. Achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breathe, my breathe, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Very warm global namaste to all our viewers from wherever in the world you're connecting to us from. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to Healing Our Earth. And what a wonderful session we have today for you all with our vegan vegetarian kitchen. Now, as we always do with every session of ours, we like to bring in a little bit of positivity. So I'm going to start the session by saying the auspicious Gayatri Mantra 3 times, followed by one Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. For those of you who wish to hold any affirmation, any prayer, any positive thought within your hearts, let us all collectively do so, and let's share the love and joy that we all have to offer our world and our planet. So let's begin. Let's put our hands together in Namaskara by our heart chakra, and let's close our eyes. Let's all take a long, deep breath in and slowly breathe out. Just one more, centering, long, deep breath in. And just forgetting all our stress, our strain, let go. And let us begin. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsavitur Vareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsavitur Vareniyam Bhargo devasya dhimahi Diyo yona prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvareniyam Bhargo devasya dhimahi Diyo yona prachodayat. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. May all beings on our planet be happy, healthy, abundant, safe, joyful, and blissful. Let's all take a deep, long breath in and breathe out. And when you feel whole, centered, and complete, you may very slowly and gradually, you may open your eyes. And welcome back, everyone. Very warm global namaste to all of you who have just joined us for our vegan vegetarian kitchen. We have a wonderful session in store for you. And as we begin our session, I would like to introduce you to our co-host, Amrita Sharma, a very dynamic lady. And before I bring her on board, I'd like to say a few things about this wonderful lady. Amrita Sharma has a bachelor's in Ayurvedic medicine and surgery, an MD. Her interests in education and studies led her to delve deep into the world of Ayurvedic wisdom. She studied Ayurvedic medicine, acupuncture, alternative therapies, naturopathy, food, and nutrition, and she brings so much to the table. She's registered with the Yoga Alliance and has trained many students from over 200 countries all over the globe. That is so impressive, I must say. Amrita ji has presented paper and enumerated several international conferences. She speaks on radio and podcasts and uses this medium as a means of experience in sharing well-being tips, life leads, and so much more. A very positive and wonderful person indeed. A very warm global namaste to you, Amrita ji. It's so nice to be with you on Healing Aura this afternoon.
Thank you, Seema ji. Global namaste to you and everybody. Thank you so much for such sweet words added on with my bio sketch. And today I think is pretty wonderful as we have our guests and contributors who are sharing so many wonderful recipes along with your recipes. So I'm very eager to know about what's going to be today's session.
So today we have a wonderful session, and I'm not going to share too much about the recipe right now because I'd like to keep it as a surprise. However, we are going to be having some very inspirational, entrepreneurial spirited people joining us this afternoon. And there you are. We have both of them have just joined us on screen. And before we go into a deep, long conversation with both these entrepreneurial-minded, inspirational, motivating people, I'd like to say a few words about them. So let's talk about innovation, vision, and sportsmanship, and acting with over 35 years of experience in the business of leadership. This gentleman is experienced on all avenues of business formation, operation, finance, and management. And it gives me great pride to say this, which I must add, he hails from my own continent, Africa. As an entrepreneur and an investor, he allows businesses to grow at a responsible pace. He launched his restaurant Saruchi, where They were supplying samosas and pakoras, which are our deep fried dumplings, so delicious, to Tesco in the UK. As a people's person, he's passionate in building businesses and backs up talent very strongly. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome none other than Mr. Kamal Prabhakar, who invests in people and has been doing so since 1985. His belief is not to invest just in products, but deeply so in people. A very, very warm global namaste and welcome to you, Kamalji. Welcome to Healing Our Earth. And along with you, we have a very special lady. And we have with Mr. Prabhakar, Rekha Virag Kovacs. Rekha is experienced and driven as an entrepreneur, and she has an extremely, extremely impressive background in food sciences and a good long 22 years of industry experience. Her expertise covers all areas of innovative, sustainable food segments. Her group of companies produce and supply many, many food channels across Europe and overseas. Very, very impressive, I must say. And her mission is to help food manufacturers and retailers find the newest trends in healthy eating, which is something we so much need in our world today, and bring many new nutritional, balanced foods to the public. She is the co-founder of So Delicious Vegan Foods. And a very warm global namaste to you, Rekha. I must say, Kamal and you hold such impressive profiles. And we here at Healing Our Earth are very excited to have both of you with us.
Thank you.
Namaste, Ji, and thank you. And very good afternoon from London to all of you around the world.
It is a very good afternoon indeed, and a very warm afternoon, a little gray outside, but a little bit of rainfall will be welcome to cool down our London, as we've been having very hot weather recently.
Yes.
Indeed. And Rekha and Kamal, I've been looking at the So Delicious products, and I am so impressed with the profile of these products. Love to know more about what made both of you, this is a question for both of you, delve into the food world. I'm from a food business myself, on different avenue. My mother ran a small catering company in Kenya. She wrote a cookbook, India, the Cuisine of the Kings. And it's a very fulfilling business. It's a very heart-opening business. It's a lot of hard work, commitment, and dedication.
Absolutely.
That's right. You're so right. And what it is, basically, let me just tell you a little story and to your audience. Obviously, my name is Kamal Prabhakar and based in United Kingdom for many, many years. And what it was, it is not only Rekha, who's our chair lady, Balaj, our chairman, but bigger than all was Rekha's father. Appa, and God bless him wherever he is in peace, who actually really started the whole thing regarding healthy food. And I had the pleasure to meet the whole family, who invited me to Budapest, where their factories are, their base they are. And obviously now Rekha and family are based in United Kingdom for the last 10, 15 years. And developed healthy food, which they could see there was needed a niche in the market. We were really thinking, we collaborated together. And I really am thankful to that family till to date, who actually gave me the opportunity, since we've known each other for good, I think, nearly 8 years. And we've developed products together, we've worked together. And, I really appreciate them doing that. Coming back to healthy food products, so we actually got an award at the House of Lords in 2013 and 14. Myself and Rekha and Balaj and the family, we produced the first Asian sugar-free Indian mithai, which was sold in Leicester. But now we've made Rasmalai, but there'll be many more things coming. Keep on watching us. So that was one award, and then there was many awards. Coming back to our products, which we are very, very passionate about. I'm a sportsman, and health is always important in any sport. What you eat, what you drink. So we decided together, all of us, that we should start bringing products out in terms, Rekha will explain later, in terms of the ingredients with big companies, but sure, so delicious products, as you said, Rekha and Balaj are the founders, and I'm the director of THFD Food, and looking forward to take the products into many supermarkets and wherever we can in the sports world. So just to begin, just to give you guys good news, first of all, that we have created the low carb roti atta for, low carbs and protein and things like that. So you'll be getting that for your rotis. And then we have low carb naan bread. In your restaurants, you'll have that, and you could have that at home, with the ingredients we'll tell you. Again, low carbs and good in protein. So, it's given us a lot because there's a lot of diabetes in the country, around the world, obesity in schools. I had the pleasure to meet the health minister, last week, and had a conversation. Before that, me and Rekha and Balaj had a conversation that, we really need to do something for NHS, and we need to look at the schools because we'd like to help the children of tomorrow, and so on. So the products what we've come up with, as you can see, a sweetener. We have a sweetener for your tea, coffees, and actually the same can be utilized in cakes, and many more things. So you can buy them from the shelves. I love eating jam because I love eating bread, toast and all. Now, if I've got this, how much sugar can I have? So we thought, again, now we have sugar-free jam, which you can see, which, people, it says low carb, no added sugar. And, you can actually cheat a little bit and eat so you don't feel guilty. So that is the products what we've come, and you can see so delicious. Then we have some drinks, which we'll talk. Chocolate. We love having chocolate. So we came up with some chocolates, which you can see, the So Delicious brand, which is there, and it is low carb, high fiber, low sugar, and gluten-free and dairy-free as well. So if you have any problems and all, there are some chocolates for you. You will able to go on, our website, which you can go and have a look, which Rekha will tell you all about how you can order online and the products itself. Just let me know if I'm going too fast, yeah? So the other products, cookies. So in supermarkets, any shops, we make cookies, we have sponge cakes, and we've got the ready mix. Again, low carb, high fiber, low sugar, and vegan, so it's very friendly and lovely packing, as you can see, so delicious. And we've got sponge cake, we've got flour mix, bread mix, and many more. You all will be jealous because Rekha have got them ready, and her dear husband Balaj have actually baked some to show you as well. So my passion, being a sports person, it was a big honor for me and my, to be related to them and work with them. And may we work for a long time and make the world a better eating place for all of us.
Munji, what you've just said is so powerful. May we make this world a better eating place for all of us. The trends these days, and I must admit that you guys are really following the trends with plant-based and vegan cuisine, and you're addressing such powerful aspects of ahimsa, that's cruelty towards animals, reducing the carbon footprint in many ways. And one thing that concerns me very deeply is the eco-anxiety our youth are facing. That what is our planet going to be tomorrow, you know? And it's all and a very big contributing factor to it. This is our diet. So I was looking at your products and your profile. Number one, Rekha, your branding is beautiful.
Thank
The
you.
products are wonderful, you know, to be so innovative, Kamuji, and have a chapati flour that's low carb, you know. And I would like to ask, is it gluten-free as well?
We can make it gluten-free
You can
version.
make it
So we have,
gluten-free.
yes. So we have two factories by ourselves.
Amazing.
One is absolutely gluten-free and the other one handling and do the blending of all the low carb, which is not gluten-free, but that is very important for us to give the best quality ingredients and retail products for the customers. And that's why we have two factories and we do all the
about to say
production
no
by ourselves.
contamination, no cross-contamination, two factories. Wow, that is dedication.
Of course, you need to be very
Amazing.
careful. And yes,
And
so that's
just to add that we have BRC as well, which is the standard for any food company. So we are very well, highly regulated.
yes.
I think Amrita and I are going to give you both a big hand. Really, I can see that big smile. Amrita's an Ayurvedic doctor, and she's a health and wellness expert. And our founder and director, as you can see, Mr. Neil Kumar, loves everything that's healthy and, you know, everything that's environmentally friendly. Amrita ji, you're on mute. We can't hear you. And everything that's, you know, going to help people. So these products, I love. I have to say this as a mother, you know, I've always been baking cookies and cakes for my children. And of course, traditionally, we all started with white sugar.
Yes.
And then and I was using eggs, and then I graduated to flax eggs, and it took me forever to get the consistency right, or the chia eggs. Then I experimented with gluten-free flours, and my cakes sank, and they still sink. You know, to be honest with you, I never really can get them right. And now you have these wonderful mixes that are low in sugar, gluten-free, healthy, and they're a mix in a bowl, which is a perfect thing for any mother, you know, and without the guilt.
May I just add one more thing? Sumaji, we have got the products for every Asian food we can make healthy now. We have the sugar, we have the salt, we have the flour, we have many ingredients. So in what ourselves we've been working, we are looking to work to make now all the Asian chevados and, you know, you name it, we can make all that healthy for the future as well.
Which is so needed, because a lot of the, I'm sorry to say this, a lot of the Indian foods that I've bought in India that are baked goods that are advertised as healthy have so much, Amrita ji, you would admit, hidden sugar in them. You know,
Exactly.
and you want to go with the more unrefined sugars, you want to go with the healthier versions, and you guys are bringing that to the table. I think we clap again. What do you say, Amrita ji? I'm so excited about this.
Thank
really.
you.
Tell us more, your sweetener that you have. Is that stevia that you're using?
So there is stevia we're using. So how we're working, because we have our own R&D in-house, which is very, very important, because you can see, you know, companies coming up with different product solution, but they don't have the scientific background to put it on a good way. And that's our key. So we do all we're doing. We do the R&D first, many, many years. We do the production in our own factories, and then we supply the special healthy ingredients to the manufacturers. And we have more than 400 retail products in a healthy range, which we supply into supermarkets in other countries. And so based on that, you know, we always do the research and what's the good ingredients to, for example, replace the sugar. But every application, you need different ingredients to use. And this is the key, to do specific formulas which working in different applications, because in the end, people in a modern lifestyle who wants to start a healthier lifestyle, but they have no, they have no idea where they can get it from. Because, for example, nowadays, if you go into the supermarket, the vegan range, unfortunately, is not really big. It's a very big demand for it. So that's why I need to, the supermarkets needs to stock more of this kind of good products, which is very important. So yeah, we have different blends sugar replacement for different applications. And I think that's the key, what you said before. So every single product can be done on a healthier way. And this is what we are really good at and what is our experts coming from, to change the harmful ingredients like the sugar, or make the final products lower carb or the keto, what's the range what we want to add, but also maintain the protein and the fiber into it. And in the end, the taste and the texture should be the same as the normal products. Otherwise, it won't work on a longer term. And we try to avoid people just jump in and try it. We want to change their eating habits and help them to continue on the healthier lifestyle. And that's why we need to have a product range, because if you want to make all your dishes, and I'm the mom of 2 little boys as well, so they really, really enjoy to bake with me, and we do it together, but it needs to be healthy, but it needs to be easy to use as well. So for example, the muffins, or the sponges, cupcakes, the brownies, in 5 minutes, you just mix together. It's a very easy to use mix, and then it's just ready. So, and they really enjoy that. So I think that's very important too.
Thank you, Rekha. Wonderful. This is Nil Kumar here, and welcome to Kamal and Rekha. We mentioned about the website. So Kamal and Rekha, let's explore the website and show people. I find it beautiful. And Seema and Amrita will be commenting on here we are sharing the website, sodelicious.co.uk. Remember, look at the URL, it's beautiful. And there are also offers there. There is homepage about how we started our products, so the products which they do, and you can see here variety of products here which are healthier to eat. So remember, health is the focus at So Delicious. They don't compromise with health, and that's the bit that I like, and reasonably priced. And Kamal mentioned about the jam. So here is a low-carb apricot jam, which Kamal loves, since he loves the toast and everything. So there are lots of products, and it's not just the jams and breakfast products. You've got various other products. They're so popular. Some of them are already sold out. So they're manufacturing some more. If you like some recipes, look, they're discussing about recipes. There you are, you can go and visit them. And it's so delicious. So Rekha, you can tell us more about the website and the inspiration behind it.
Yes, okay, so thank you. So yes, as I mentioned, there's the wide range. This is from the selection, the starting selection from our more than 400 retail products, what we're producing. And this is just based on, we researched the UK markets, in the last 10 years, let's say that, and there was nothing available, which it is a vegan, sugar-free, low-carb, high-protein, easy to use baking mixes to start with, because that makes the idea. This is the starting point. As I said, from this range, you can able to use to create your desserts, your favorite meals, your everyday meals, much on a healthier way. So that's very important. So, and it's not just focusing on the vegan and sugar-free. The main thing is should be low carb, because if you go like, for example, you're talking about the starches, that's the problem with people don't think about. They think about the sugar, but if you're eating your normal pasta, your normal bread with full of carbs, full of starches, that's exactly the same enzyme absorbed in your body as the sugar. So you need to change the starches and make the products low carb. So that's very important. The structure of the website, yes. So we have inspirations, as you can just see. So we have breakfast ideas, the lunches, the meals, the short snacks, which is very important to keep, you don't want to eat a big meal and a small meal. So the glycemic index, all of the products are very low, which is very important nutrition wise, because then you keep your blood level on the same level and not jumping up and down very, very quickly. So this is just an inspiration. But yes, we got pastas as well. The bread, as you mentioned, from the desserts, the muffin, the cupcakes, from the sponge mix, you will be able to do your favorite cakes for your kids, or just any desserts, really what you want. And that's why we added the jam, because it's needed for the breakfast. And it's also needed for toppings, fillings, for cakes. We have the icing sugar, which is very, very unique. sugar-free, also contains stevia, but also contains other sugar replacers, but the good ones, again, scientifically good ones. And this is very important. You can make complex meals, and from breakfast through your snacks, lunch and dinner, it's all covered on a vegan, sugar-free, low-carb, high-protein, healthy way. So this is the basic thing what we keep, which is very important.
So Rekha, I noticed that there were the full variety. Start early in the morning, finish late at night. You've got the lunches, dinners, snacks, everything. Do you also provide the client the calorific value and the sugar contents per 100 grams? Can the punter actually know what they are consuming?
Of course. So this is the baking mixes we're offering on a website, but we're just working on to, from our range, as I mentioned before, we will easily adapt the ready-to-use snacks. And so I already, Kamal and me are working on which will be the good channels to put it on the market, you know, not just add it on a website, but yes, all is this ready-to-use, eating quickly products will be available. So for example, we have breads, which is ambient products as well. We have a healthy pastry range, which comes in frozen, and we supply different supermarkets with it and cafe chains. So, you know, we need to adapt all of this and add it to the So Delicious range.
What I mean, actually, Neelbhai, I will tell you, I know you love hot chocolate. So we have created hot chocolate sugar-free, tastes the same as sugar. So that, and Rekha just told you about the pastries. The pastries we mean with everything, like could be almond pastries, you know, so whatever pastries are there, they're all sugar-free pastries being made now. So you won't feel bad that you've eaten 2 or 3.
And I love, Kamal, that it doesn't just stop there. I'm just going to share the screen. And if you are a parent and you're planning children's party, well, go to So Delicious, because they can provide you the party pack and they can custom design if there is any special requirement, whether it's low carb, sugar-free, high protein, or a plant-based. Everybody's going plant-based. And look at some of the offers they've got over here. Also keto and low sugar sweets. And I love the options that we have got. So Kamal, I know that you have to go to the next meeting shortly in about 10 minutes, but just before you go, what are your favorite dishes within your organization?
Where do I start? You know, I'm so fortunate that I am able to try literally all the products, and to my surprise, with my partners, Rekha and Balaj, they keep on coming up with new products. Now, let me just tell you something new. We've got, and we are the only company in the United Kingdom that we have the Disney product, like this drink, which is no added sugar, and it's all Disney. So, and for football, for many products. But coming to that, I love the naan atta. I love the chapati, roti atta, because it's so good, and it digests well. And desserts, I mean, you can have the desserts actually now with no added sugar, sugar-free ones. And we've done so many trials. The Indian Mathai, the biggest one is Indian Mathai, because we have got, Kaju Katri, Barfis, Laddus, Gulab Jamans, Rasmalai, and Rasmalai especially, a lot of people like it, still the same taste. Actually, we have, if you want to try some, you can go to Sainsbury's. We've done one for Royal Sweets with our emblem on there, the healthy food company, which will be a logo of ours. That is our sugar which been used. But there's another secret at the moment, which we can't, tell the public at the moment, but we are working with some very big company to bring the whole line of Indian sweets of sugar-free. So yeah, Neelbhai, as I said, there's so many lines. Where do I start? But they are all very good. And furthermore, ice cream, we can do sugar-free ice cream. So you just put your finger. So if anybody, company, people want to, if any manufacturer are listening to us now, we could make the ingredients and make their food healthy as well. If you got any inquiry, sorry, say that again.
Kamal, can you bring that Disney bottle back again, right close to the camera? The point I'm getting at, not only children get good food, but they get collector's items as well, because once these items are consumed, they can save it as a toy or share it with people and maybe use it for their own drinks later to store it. So I love that. And I think to know more about the products, let's visit the website and remind the people, Rekha, So Delicious, SODELISHUS.co.uk. Is that right, Rekha?
Yes, it's so delicious. Yes, it's correct. Thank you.
Yeah, so get the spelling right. You can go and visit the website. If you want to order the foods, go and subscribe to the mail shot over there. You can order directly. All the products are displayed. The prices are mentioned. There are no surprises. The conditions are there. So I love some of the products. Dr. Amrita in Jalandhar and Seema, what are your comments so far with what you have seen in the website and what Kamal and Rekha has mentioned? Over to both of you.
Amrita ji.
Am I audible?
Loud and clear, please go ahead.
Am I audible?
Yes, please, loud and clear.
Now can
No.
Amrita, can you hear us?
I can hear, yes.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, I would like to congratulate, because in today's time of food innovation, I would say there's a lot of requirement of products like this, because food and obsessions with food and food habits and the way people are linked with food. And if I see personally, as per my opinion, people have a lot of emotional eating habits. And in that, all these terms of the products come in. So whether you talk about sweets, or whether you talk about the juices, the jams, or the dark chocolates, or the ice creams, they are emotionally fulfilling products. And in that, if you can give people healthy. So the thing is that even if you don't want, the cravings of that drives you in to consume them. But if you get a healthy choice on that, what's best? So you have added the glitters on that, actually, so which is really good. I have a question. So because you're using those substitutes which are not easily available, so there's no refined sugar in that, there's no brown sugars or other stuff, how do you manage up with the cost?
Yes, so because we supply to many big manufacturers, as I mentioned, so our experience started more than 25 years ago, and our factories, we supply big manufacturers. So we source the ingredients in bulk, and that's the good things, which a couple of the ingredients, or let's say most of them, not available in the UK market. So when I check our ingredients together compared to other ones, this is a very big advantage for us, because we supply across Europe, and as we said, we supply to the US as well. We have a good experience how we source the ingredients, and because we buy in big quantities, we can keep the price on a good level. Otherwise, it won't work. So that's very important.
Right. Yeah. Do you face any preservation issues with the substitution of the sugars and stuff? So with the preservation of the food.
So that was a challenge, but as I said, we're doing it many decades now. So we know every application is different. And for example, in a jam, that's, when you use the sugar as a really big preservative, that was a really big challenge, but we managed to do it. And it just do the R&D, and it's a very big work to do. But you need to compromise on, the long shelf life, but we not want to compromise on, the best quality is our priority. And of course, to provide safe ingredients, that's very important. So that's a couple of products are more challengeable than the others. But if you work in this area, you know what's the solution for that. And our jam is just a good example to be only the heat stable. So it's not just healthy with low carb and no added sugar, but this is the only jam which we're supplying to other countries, the manufacturing side as well, to use as a heat stable jam. Because if you can't able to do your cupcakes, your cakes with it, it doesn't work in good on that application, but it should work. So this is working. So that's why it's good added products to, for example, to the sponge mix or the icing sugar. So yes, that's
Dr. Ji, I would like to tell you one more thing as well. What we did, we have actually made some lozenges sugar-free. We can make medicines as well, sugar-free medicines as well.
Yes.
Go ahead. That's a big work to do, in fact. So because a lot of people who are diabetic have got a limitation of consuming medicines because they cannot. There's a lot of sugar. I think our founder and director Neil Kumar has some comments. Neil ji, over to you. Thank you.
So going back to the website again, because we are a cooking and a vegan and vegetarian episode, look at this. For those who love vegan scones, isn't this wonderful that not only is there how you make it, where you buy the product, and how you do it. So let's just look at this one recipe over here. The prep time is only 20 minutes. Cook time is only 25 minutes. It looks scrumptious and delicious. I bet it is mouth-watering when you try it. And they actually sell the flour, so you just have to order it. And it's 350 grams over there. It's a plant-based milk. Okay, so again, those who have got lactose tolerance or something, you are fine with it. It tells you what ingredients to use. So I'm beginning to enjoy this website. It's easy to read, easy to follow. It also tells you step by step as to how and what to do. And there is also a note there. And I think the note can also give you other alternatives. So that's one of the recipes. And there are plenty of recipes, so we'll show you a new one in a moment. Seema, what are your comments on the way the website is laid out and how it is easy to use these products?
Easy to navigate website, very crisp, very clear, beautiful branding, concept, vision, amazing. You're tapping into an $80 billion forecast, $80 billion forecast growth industry, if I'm not mistaken. I hope I've got my figures right. You have answered the prayer of every mother. Congratulations. This is a very big thing you're doing because the world needs it. And also, as we face our climate crisis, we don't have time.
Yes, exactly. Yes, thank you. And let's just jump in with my story a little bit, because let me give you
I was about to ask you that, actually, your
Thank
inspiration
you,
and your story.
I'm living with the Crohn's disease since I was 18 years old. And as Kamal mentioned, my dad, who was a professional scientist, and he was teaching in many universities around Europe, the doctors in Hungary didn't have any idea what causes my problems, but I was always in hospital for many months. And they get the conclusion after my dad bring me to the U.S. They said I have Crohn's disease, so I need to, you need to live with it, and the only way I need to get on steroids, which my dad and my mom said no, because we need to manage it by what's record with eating and stuff like that. So after my economic and marketing degrees, that's really turned me to get a nutrition advisor and get my degrees in different universities in nutrition. But this is how I understand how much you can help. I never take any medicine or any steroids to be better or just manage my Crohn's disease, because I just think it's not just a solution for it. So we deeped in this, and then now I understand, because I just have a wonderful life. I have 2 kids, and only just achievable what you're eating and what you're putting in your body. And I learn a lot from it, and I really want to help to other people to understand it, or if they're living with some diseases, not just take the medicine, or even with the food, how much you can reach, because that's very important. And what's very close to my heart is the child nutrition, because kids need to educate, and then they need to understand what they're eating, why certain ingredients and nutrition things very, very important. So that's very, very, for the sustainable future, that's very important to do. So I'm trying to do my best on my side, but how they help, through the moms, if we can offer them, the healthy range, they can enjoy cooking, baking together with the kids, and through that they got the knowledge to understand why it's a very, very key area.
That's very wonderful, in fact. Seemaji, isn't it? That's really nice.
I think everything you're doing is just so delicious.
Thank you.
I don't think I could say it in any other words. And like I said earlier, it's every mother's unanswered prayer that is being answered, because I do find moms are getting more aware now, and they are checking the labels in supermarkets for hidden sugars, for gluten. We have so much celiac disease and everything, inflammatory problems going on with all of us. And you know what, I love what you've done, Kamalji and Rekha, is I grew up in a very traditional home where we love to go back to basics. The way, and Amrita, you live in the mountain areas, the Himalayas of India. So our grandmothers really would go back to basics, and our mothers would like to incorporate that because it was a very real, pure diet, And what you're doing in a way is going back to basics for today's modern world, or going back to basics for today's modern mother, because of course, time has become a huge factor. We don't have what our grandmothers had, but you're bringing it back. So it's modern, yet it's very real. You've got Cinderella and Prince Charming on a bottle of grape juice that has no sugar in it. The child's going to look at it. The child's going to love it. The child's going to want to drink it because it's got Cinderella on it. And without all the sugar that, I don't want to name any brands, forgive me, but brands have, that brands that are laced with sugar. Fantastic. I love it.
So Simaji, just to let you know, if anybody got any inquiries or anybody wants any help of their disease or any problem, don't hesitate to, get in touch with me, Kamal at thfd.co.uk, and you can always give my mobile number on 07950 200 442 if they got any inquiries or any problem with their health. And we are there to help, and we are the Healthy Food Development Company. And I'm going to take leave from all of you, but Rekha is going to actually share some products, ready-made products she would like to show you, and enjoy that. And I would love you to try them very soon. And thank you for having me. So namaskar to you all around the world, and look forward to seeing you all very soon.
Thank you so much for joining us today. We feel so blessed to have you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think Seemaji, Neilji has some comments before Kamalji leaves.
So we had in a few WhatsApp that people say, well, do they make our favorite food, the healthy pizza? And guess what? I have surfed the website and I can find it. So while we keep on chit-chatting and later Rekha will show some products, Rekha, let's show them that we also do pizzas. So I'm going to share the screen and the recipe. Here you are. It shows a margarita pizza, but you can add your healthy toppings like red pepper, olives, and sweet corns, and any vegetables that you think is very good. You can put it on there. Again, prep time is only 15 minutes and a cook time, the standard, 20 minutes. And it also says you can eat it without regret and surprise your family. And here it goes. Take a screenshot of this. You can visit the website. Those viewers who are watching on the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and the website, you can go and look at the recording, which is the same link that you are watching now. And you can stop. You can surf, fast forward, backwards, whatever you like, or take a screenshot or visit the sodelicious.co.uk. And here we got a nice recipe which very clearly identifies what you can do. And you don't have to buy the flour, you just buy it from So Delicious, because they actually do that and not there. And there goes extra and further better particulars, how you stir it, what you need to add, what temperature to put your oven in, and you can do that at home without pizza oven, because this is home recipe that you can do, and a bit of recipe tip there. So Rekha, pizzas, and pizzas are also healthy the way you have done that. Tell us a bit more about it, and then we'll keep chatting with you.
Okay, so as I said, we have hundreds of ready mixes ready, but in the So Delicious range, we try to keep it simple because, for example, with this universal flour mix, which you just shown, you will able to do your basic, like the pizzas, like the Yorkshire pudding, any ethnic people can find what they want to do it. So that's why rather than putting all the mixes out in boxes, it's so much easier to start with and the universal flour mix. And you can able to use your pizzas as you want, or any meals or any products what you are using or creating at your home. But it's the basic are the same. So it's all vegan, plant-based, which is very, very important, and low carb and high protein. So the texture will be the same. So any type with the pizzas, for example, it's easy to use. As you mentioned, the recipe is easy to follow. And you can just, instead of using the normal, let's say normal flour, whenever you're using at the minute, just swap it over to this universal, healthy, So Delicious flour, and you will be able to work it in the same way. We're working on a recipe book in the background, so it's 90% ready. So we will add much more recipes and we will share it on the website as well, just to give more ideas what you can do with the So Delicious products and how to use it in an easy way.
We're very excited about that recipe book. I will be, the moment it's out, I'll be one of the first buyers.
Thank you. So
please let us
yes.
know, because I think that would give us so much insight on how to be more creative with the products as well. You know,
Exactly.
because like you said, you have this universal flour. What a great concept. It can make a pizza, it can make a cake, it can make scones, whatever. Fantastic. It saves space in your kitchen. You know, you're not buying hundreds of flours which are going to be left over.
Exactly.
You know, you're actually going to have pretty much a zero waste policy because you're going to use it for your cakes and your bakes and your pizza and everything. So it's and it's functional. It works.
Yes. So that's why we
because
choose
you've done
to
your
add
R&D. You've done your R&D, so you know better than all of us that it works. That's why it's out there on the shelves. I'm excited to see what you've made. What
the
you've
products.
baked,
Okay,
and
just let me show you.
tempt our senses. Get our palates
Okay.
tempted.
We just choose. Can you see it? Like
Wow.
this is
lovely.
honestly just if you can see it, right? So
yes.
this
Can you
is
pick
from,
one and then show us, please?
Of course.
I'm hungry now.
So like
Me
look like
too.
this.
Amazing.
Lovely
Beautiful.
strawberry. And so what are the ingredients you have added?
So this is
Rekha,
yes.
can you pick it and try to put it at 45 degrees into the camera so we get very good picture? Pick one
Okay.
up and keep it.
Just one.
Yeah,
Okay.
slant it at 45 degrees. Yeah, now bring it near the closer to the camera. Bring it closer. No, just the cake. Just one cake.
Just one cake.
Yeah, bring it closer to the camera. That's it. There we are. We can see the succulent strawberry and the nice. Is that coconut topping on it?
It's our icing sugar. So this is the healthy sugar-free icing sugar. So you can see the texture. That's what I'm talking about. So the texture is really similar like a normal muffin. And the icing sugar looks exactly the same if you're using the sugar one, but this is a sugar-free version and it's very easy to use. So this is how it looks like.
How much calorie would one cup be? This one of them, how many calories?
So the calories, we make, this is quite, this is not the smallest one, but it's below 100 calories. So we can also, we can play with the calories. So if somebody wants to create less calories, he can make it slightly smaller and then the portion will be smaller. But this is also, so this is from, let me just show you. So this is the muffin mix from. So again, it's similar like on a packaging. This is how it works. And then this is the icing sugar, what we're using.
So Rekha, with the size of it, with the size that you have shown, similar size in the supermarket one, where they make it very fast, approximately 280 calories with a coagulated fat. So this is almost 60 to 70% better.
Exactly. And it's just a good portion, as I showed you.
It's
a very good portion to give it to your kids, but even for a grown-ups, for any of that, it's a good portion. So many companies playing with that, make it too small or something, but it doesn't work. So if you need to enjoy your favorite desserts without any sugar in it. So that's why it's a good example how to use the icing and just make it easy. And again, so with the muffin mix, it's a super easy recipe. So this is a 550 grams. You can just put it in a bowl. You just easily add the water and vegetable oil, mix it together and put it on a tray, and it's ready. So I just made it before this Zoom call. So it's honestly, it's really, really easy, and it should work on the same way as a normal one, but it's very, very healthy.
So any vegetable oil can be used?
Yes. Or you can use, vegan bacon blocks as well. So any preferable added, a little bit fat needs to be added, but this is only water and just that. So for example, with the brownie mixes, which is our just new launch, any vegan baking block can be added to it and nothing else. And it's just working in the same way. So this is just an example, but everybody who will try it will find it so easy, because even the kids can easily make it.
What I was looking at is the texture, being a baker myself. So, it's very aerated. You can see that it's aerated. So I'm assuming it's very moist.
Yeah.
The cake would be very moist and very spongy and soft to bite into. And so I can almost taste your brownies being really fudgy.
Yeah. Yes. So we always make, as I said, this is our scientific background. It should work on the same texture, same taste profile as the normal versions, but it should be vegan, sugar-free, low carb and high protein, which is the key points of being so delicious. The taste is very, very important, because the people who wants to eat healthier, but if the taste and the texture is not right, they won't buy it on a longer term, which means they don't follow the good lifestyle on being healthy. So that's the key.
How about commercial sizes for the bulk packs for the commercial industry, like for F&B, for example? If someone's running a gluten-free restaurant, do you have bulk packs, or do you go with wholesale orders?
Yes. So our biggest business in the last 15 years was to supply in bulk, so in many tons or containers or trucks, like special low carb flours, or mainly for big bakeries around Europe and even in the US. But we have gastropacks. So the catering industry is very important, because that's why, if they make the changes in their products, that means they can offer a healthier option to the consumers. And I think it's very important, because in the restaurants in the UK at the minute, there are not too many good options you can looking for. Even sometimes it's hard to have the gluten-free option, which is for the people with living celiac disease. It's very, very important to have the gluten-free. But that on the vegan, sugar-free, low-carb range, you don't find anything. So as Kamal mentioned earlier, we would like to launch more products and work in cooperation with many restaurant chain, because that can make a bigger difference. So we have gastropacks, 5 kgs, 2 kgs, 10 kgs, what they're demanding. So it's not a problem. We can do every type of packaging in our factories.
Amazing. This is just so amazing. And, because you have invested so much time and energy into R&D and perfecting every product. I mean, it's just such an easy breeze for anybody in the baking industry or in the F&B industry to have the product and to be able to, pass that goodness. I want to say the goodness on to others, because there are a lot more medical complications, and Amrita comes in here, that are linked to inflammation that arises out of gluten.
Yes. Absolutely. So, when we see the numbers with diabetes and obesity in the UK, that's really a shocking number. So the NHS spending £10 billion a year. So the total NHS budget, 10% of the total budget spent on treating diabetes or preventing diabetes, or people living with diabetes. And then over added 6 billion spent on obesity. So if you target it together, that means just in the diabetes, every single minute, they spending £25,000, which is for huge money. Every hour, it's £1.5 million. And if you come to the conclusion what's available on the food end, that's why we want to step in and help people, because if people go into the hospitals with diabetes problem or they have obesity problem, there is nothing on the food side at the minute they can offer to them. They can make suggestions, but it's a very long education program to make it changed.
And also with the Indian sweets that you're delving into, The amount of diabetes there is in India is shocking because our diet,
Yes.
the traditional Indian diet is a high sugar diet, and we live with the misconception that we're having unrefined sugar, which is of course better. Okay, coconut sugar is better, jaggery is better. I have to
But it's
admit.
not. But it's not a really good solution if we stand. Yes, so you can compare nutritionally slightly better, but it's not a good
amounts we
solution.
consume are shocking.
Exactly.
You know?
And the other problem is the starches, as I mentioned before. So people are thinking about, oh, how much sugar I'm taking. But if you think about the naan bread, chapati, the roti, even just mentioned the basic ones, full of starches, the normal recipes. And the starches, exactly when you compare the numbers, exactly the huge amount of. So sometimes I'm teaching kids, as I mentioned before. And I was, with children, the young age children, you need to make very clear. And I'm using pictures of how many teaspoons is this when you're eating this, and then they understand it. And even sometimes different audience can be very shocked if I'm putting on the starches. That's why the low carb is very important to have to be the product low carb.
I often used to wonder why a lot of mothers in my children's school, and including me myself, when I wasn't so aware, said, "Oh my God, my daughter is so hyper today. Why are they so hyper? I don't understand why they're so hyper. I give them healthy food and everything, and we don't realize how much hidden sugar there is in that not added sugar juice that you're buying commercially in the market. I mean, what ingredients are there? And then your children have them and they're like, ooh, all over the place. And you're as a mother, you're exhausted running after them. Wait, you have 2 sons, but I'm sure they have a very healthy diet.
I am just imagining.
I know
about
they give
all
you a
that.
good run around, that's for sure.
So, official studies shows children in the school age, when they start in school, 10 times more sugar they intake because of it comes in a dessert area specifically when they having the school lunch or the packed, even if it's better if they choose the school lunch, but the dessert area is really, really not good. So 10 times more sugar per day they intaking. That causes the problem. They getting diabetes when they grow up, or getting overweight and they get the obesity. So this is why, we need to change that, and we need to supply the caterers to supply less sugar and reduce sugar things for the kids.
I want to share a story with you. I spoke earlier about grandmothers and the diet being very real, which is very true. But they also, now that we mentioned this, there's a contradictory point, and I'd like to bring this. We grew up, I have North Indian origins. Now, North India is the breadbasket of India. Literally the breadbasket of India. Lots of dairy, lots of vegetables, a lot of wheat.
Yes.
And being Punjabi in origin, Northern Indian, dairy is actually a huge part of our diet. So we have a lot of ghee, a lot of milk, a lot of cottage cheese, paneer, etc. And every night, my grandmother would come with this steel glass of Amrita, this big of hot milk. And we could not drink that milk. Okay, we were from Nairobi, and it tasted different, and it was full of the cream on top, which we called malai, which we used to run away from. And my grandmother used to think it was so good for our health, and she would sit there with us and she said, "You have to drink it right now." And we wouldn't drink it. We'd be like, and she'd be like, "Oh God, I don't know what these children from Kenya are. I'm fed up." She would add a tablespoon of sugar into it to make us drink it. So the milk is healthy.
Yes, but they make it. We had the same thing in Hungary. So when I was a child in Hungary, they also put the sugar to make the milk sweeter. And it's just, you don't understand it when
you see all the sugary cocoas and everything, no names again, that we put into the children's milk for milkshakes and everything. It is death by sugar.
Exactly.
So we need your hot chocolate cocoa milk to blend it into,
so I think that's why we're unique on the market, and that's why we want to expand more and make awareness. We want to try to help people. This is the bigger range, and you just easily switch to it and then swap your current using products, and it will be an easy long-term lifestyle you can follow, because as back to you added milk and eggs. So when you create all the desserts, the texture is always better when you're using dairy or the egg. So that was another challenge for us, to create the texture and everything in the same way without using any dairy or any eggs, because the vegan is all of our factories in the last 25 years, all plant-based factories. So there was no compromise on that. So even vegan and vegetarians, the customers more demanding this kind of products. And as I said, for example, in the UK market, the meat replacers is one of the highest, so the category is growing 40% in the last 2 years. And it's really, really, but on the other side, all the other products is not available in the vegan side. So that's another important thing you need to have the whole range, and you need to enjoy the products in the same way as you enjoy your favorite meals and desserts.
Thank you, Rekha. Wonderful. At Healing Our Earth, what we regularly do, we actually introduce people live to carry projects or collaboration or alliances. So your host, who is here, who is the episode producer, Seema Bhatia, she herself is a celebrity chef and from Hong Kong. She has got a very good base. She's here in London at the moment. She was quite impressed with your products. So at some point, we are all going to meet up in London to explore the products. That's number one. Number two, your other host in India, Dr. Amrita Sharma, is a part of a production team at the Ayush and the Ayurveda, where one of our professors, who is a producer, who is in Mauritius, has exactly started what you have started, but with the government schools, to change the curriculum with the children to start planting their own products and go healthy. So that's that's another product we are going to introduce you. So Amrita is going to be in touch with them, and I will send up a mini agenda for all of them. Seema is going to be in touch with you. I've got another person here, our Mala Nekar. She's our roving reporter. I'm going to bring her. She's here in London, and she very much believes in healthy eating for children. She's actually involved in the project, so I'm going to ask her to unmute. She's a part of our healing team. Global Namaste, Mala, please unmute yourself.
Global Namaste. Some very, very interesting points. And Rekha, you've really, this is what we're talking about at on public health level around the UK and in education. And we're raising this issue about reducing sugar, and we're trying to fight it. But we can do it as communities. I would love to meet with you. And we're talking about sugar and the joy. And Seema, you brought the topic about how our grandparents would put sugar in these healthy ingredients. And we've had it across the board. And I think they understood it as happy, healthy, joy, sugar, love. But nobody educated them as well about the dangers of sugar.
Exactly.
And lots of chemicals these days. Exactly. So I think now at this 21st generation, we can fight it at a community level and alternative health level, and say no to these ingredients, no to sugar. I work with this, and I've tried it with children on healthy projects, healthy eating, and it works. The children don't really want that sugar. If you put a little fruit or herb to flavor the water, they are absolutely fine. So I would love to meet with you in London, and we can, expand.
Thank you so much. So our main headquarters is in London. So we're based in Canary Wharf, and we have another office in Kent. So I'm always around, and it will be pleased to meet with you. And thank you very much for your lovely comments. And yes, this is the mission we would like to follow to do. And I think we can reach a big change if we, cooperate together. That's very important.
So Rekha, this is what I'm proposing, that Seema will organize a meet between her and Mala, myself, you and Kamal. Kamal already knows. Now it might also be happen, and Kamal was going to ask you to check your diary, because we are having a picnic on 29th, and Kamal wanted to bring some products because it's only for the immediate healing family. I will send you the information as to the Kamal. If you are able to come there, it will be beautiful. Otherwise, we will organize a brainstorming idea, and let's take it forward. Seema and I were already discussing that we should start East Africa and the Indian Ocean, which is Mauritius. And then Seema was very keen to see if we can explore the Pan-Asian countries, maybe later. So we will meet up. And this is what we do at Healing Our Earth. We get groups together, we marry them together, we get brainstorming going, and we get the process going. So it's not just sharing with the consumer, it is also with the business. Now at a consumer level, what is very important, and people are asking questions, do you do home delivery?
Yes, so we have an e-commerce website. So from the website, they can order, and we're working on it with Kamal to add the ready products. I mean, if somebody wants to order the muffin ready, you know, it will be added, but it's an easy to use mixes. So of course there are many different delivery options on the website, so they can choose as, you know, if you compare it to other websites, it's available. Yes. And it's on most of the hair stores now stock these products. So we listed with one of the biggest hair distributor in the UK, which happened in January. And since then on the website, there is a stocking list. So we always added the new products, where are they available, where the shops where people can buy it, but it's easier from the website to order online. Yes.
So we have got variety of options. People can either order the flour with the recipe,
yes,
or they can have the ready-made product, or they can have a party packs, or
exactly.
if they tell us which area they are in, we can recommend the stockist over there. So those who are listening, once again, visit the website and you will get a lot of information. If you can't, contact them. And if there's any problem and you've forgotten, contact Healing Our Earth. Let's get back to our collaboration over here. I'm now going to refer you back to Dr. Amrita, who is a part, like I said, leading one of the Ayurveda seminars, which will be in person from April next year. So together with Professor Ish Sharma, maybe if we can come out with a package with Seema and yourself and Mala, that we can roll out to either school or organizations to say, not only do we have a solution for you that can be healthy and exciting at home, but if it's difficult, we can also supply you ready-made products or ingredients that you can involve the children in making, because they will feel the ownership when you bake for yourself. Exactly. And it's healthy, and you invite your friends and you say, I made this, then the children feel the ownership of the product. Something that Mala gets going. Mala puts up a fair and goes to different organizations. So I'm going to ask Mala for next 5 minutes to explain her vision and the kind of things she wants to do. We then go back to Seema and Amrita and Rekha. If you got anything else to tempt us with, please show. And over to you, Mala. Your questions to Rekha.
Oh, this is so exciting. I will just explain. I was commissioned by Lambeth Council, Lambeth Council's Public Health, to tackle obesity, reduce this in children. And I worked at different stages, the early years, and then the youth, the young from sort of 8 till 19, and then families and, you know, the whole family together. Yes. I had them in different ages, and I started, it was more research as well. And I laid out a lovely educational, like healthy eating activities. It was fun. It was, you know, how long can you, the attention span of a young person these days, it's TikTok, isn't it?
Yes.
and I was commissioned to, right, you got 5 hours on each project, do whatever you want, but it's got to be, the aim is, and the objective, get children eating healthy. What do they want? How can we change their lives? So I made it exciting, educational. The feedback was phenomenal. I actually didn't think children were listening when they actually were, about the Eat Well plan, about nutrition, and they wanted, but nobody is really, you know, there's no conversation, not enough dialogue. So the next project is called, it's like Bite Back. Bite Back was a project, initiative by Jamie Oliver, where young people could come together and tell us what do they want. They've got food deserts. So they've got chicken shops or chicken and chip shops versus healthy food or accessible food, you know, in their vicinities. And they said they don't want these chicken shops. They're just forced to eat it. They want healthy. They want their own community cafes. We trial this and it works. So it's important that we keep that engagement, keep it active, alive, fresh. We must be innovative, but it must come from us if we want
come up with the ideas.
That's it. And they will they go for it. They love it. And they want to participate. And now I've asked to do another one because the feedback from the young people, this is what they said, please come back. Y'all are very friendly. We love your activities, and we're quite bored with the youth groups. We want more fun, healthy activities. And this included growing. For example, I had people doing some growing and soil, mixing soils. So they learned about different types of soil, how to grow their lettuce, how to nurture lettuce. The observations were just phenomenal, and the engagement they wanted. But we need to fight the. I don't know how we do this. It's a long battle with the the commercial retailers out there, manufacturers. They're not really doing what they said they should be doing.
Exactly. And, coming to the HSFF, it's come to force last October and then they delayed. But that's, if you go to the smaller shops and it's still on the corner, what keep the kids touching first, that's the unhealthy sugars, the candies, the sugary things and stuff like that. And it shouldn't change because it's a long, so that's another problem. But I do agree. So we created some of the workshops like, in a packed lunch, because so many kids, how you can change that and make it as a healthier on a fun way and stuff like that. They loved it. So it can be many options available, but I do agree they will interested in it and they will enjoy it if we put it on a good way, and it will be very, very educational, which is really key.
Thank you, Rekha. So you met Seema, who is going to explore avenues for you for products into different countries. You met Dr. Amrita, who is going to explore further and better particulars, how we can get to the governments of different countries, how we can imbibe the project into other projects that we are doing. And Mala, who is going to explore within the local boroughs over here and maybe put up a package to tell the people, hey, do we want to make the children healthy? Do we want to start eliminating the obesity or reducing in next 30 years? It will not happen overnight because the whole world is in a quandary on that. Now I would like you to meet our fourth person who is part of Healing Our Earth, live present over here. And he is the lead at Integrated Health. He is also a health buff. He is actually a doctor himself, but practices integrated health. Say hello, and he's going to say what he's involved in health products. Rajiv, global namaste to you.
Global namaste. It is so nice to hear that there are other people interested in promoting what we started as the Eat Smart, Think Smart, Be Smart program. And this is one of the things that if we can do something to impart the education to children, how to eat, read the labels, cook healthy food, and then look, and mindful eating means you're thinking what you're eating, what's going through your mouth, and what's going into your gut. This is your responsibility. When they grow in next 10 years, they would be doing the healthy practices, and obesity will hopefully reduce to half, 1/3, or maybe go away. And I was quite keen to really have those thoughts taken like further. And Think Smart part is also like how they understand other people's emotions and control their own emotions, because we have never heard anxiety, depression in children. And now I've seen so many of them.
Yes.
So if they can, sorry?
Yes, I just do agree, because there is a growing amount of numbers, you heard about. Yes.
So this is that, again, people are exposed to situations. There is more disharmony in the homes. There is high influence of the social media. Children are shown the TV and the YouTube on phone when they are small kids. As they grow, they are into, okay, what else is going in the world? And and I know world is not a great place currently, with all wars happening, other things happening, and children get influenced. So this is something which, if they can, we can teach them emotional feeding techniques. We can tell them how to do the meditation. Then they can, when they are growing up, have some filters so that they are able to control what goes into the brain. Because we know Brian Tracy says, what is impressed is expressed. So what goes in come out. So that will be really a fantastic idea. And the third thing is that be smart, how to be productive. And we know there is high degree of economic turmoil, and there is economic downturn. So in this situation, if we can teach them how they become more productive, how they can really reach their goals, how to even set their goals, that will be quite good skill for them to have. And in future, they can become much more effective, much more happy, and much more productive. So that was just little thought from me. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Rekha, that was Dr. Rajiv Gupta at Healing Our Earth. He leads the integrated health. He has already released one book, which was received very well, and he's also going to present that, which he did at the Edinburgh conference very recently. He's from NHS. Today, he specifically came, he is not saying, but he's in excruciating pain, but he said, I'm definitely coming to talk about this because he loves eat smart, think smart, more importantly, be smart. Because once you follow that, you've got good chances. So again, he will also be part of a project where we will brainstorm. Seema will liaise with you with all of them. Amrita will liaise with you with Mauritius. Rajiv will liaise with you over here, and Seema will do that introduction. I have your number and I will pop in all the numbers to you on there. And Kamal is very keen that we meet up. So live at Healing Our Earth, you have not just come, what you thought was just a presentation, you are actually going to enter into projects with Seema, Mala, Dr. Amrita, and Dr. Rajiv Gupta. And Rekha, just hang on. We still have, I'm extending this time over here. Rajiv, number one, congratulations on your book. While you're on here, could you tell us just a bit about the book?
So for a long time, I have been a practicing Western medicine or modern medicine practitioner for nearly almost 30 years now. But over past 6 or 8 years, I have realized that in Western medicine, there is no cure for everything. So if there is chronic pain, you go to the GP, he gives you painkillers. Next time you go non-steroidal, you give again more stronger painkillers till you have the side effects on your kidney and liver and rest of the stuff. Now taking that, I've been thinking, what can we do? Because in allopathy, there is limitation. So when there is a limitation, we bring something else. So yoga is extremely good. Calming your mind, moving your joints, bringing swiftness. And also the third thing is Ayurveda, which has got herbs, natural plant products, way of life, and way of diet. So all these are put together. So bringing those things, we can do that. So I was just presenting at the Royal College of Edinburgh yesterday, and it was fantastic. People were so alarmed because in UK we spend 10 billions every year on pain management, chronic pain, 10 billion on diabetes, 1.2 billion on anxiety disorders, 2.8 billion on to depression, 900 million on ADHD. So all these things, if we can bring, sorry, yeah, Rekha, that's right. So it's a huge amount. And if we add yoga and Ayurveda, we can really bring this expenditure remarkably, but more importantly, reduce the suffering of people. And that was the driver. So past 6 years, I spent learning or relearning. In fact, I did my course on Ayurveda and homeopathy while I was doing the Western medicine or modern medicine allopathic MBBS course. But I have rekindled over past 6 years, read, found the evidence, did all the digging, so that I have brought together in this book called Integrated Modern Medicine with Yoga and Ayurveda. And this book is amazing. Yesterday, people have been just buying left, right, center this book. Some books were displayed. And they thought, because there is almost more than 30 conditions for which I have put, how you can put all together these treatments, modern medicine treatment, yoga and Ayurveda together, and how you can get the best benefit out of it. And that is just so cool. We are not saying any system is less than other. What we are saying is bringing the system together will make it more powerful. So it's like teaming the teams of different disciplines of the medicine rather than running into parallel charts. So that was the thing. So I think it's great that that has been possible, because I have done a lot of work on it for a long time, but now it looks like it's taking fruition. So
And
thank you
Rajiv,
very much for support.
Congratulations for that. And I look forward to read your book, definitely. It's really, really interesting, and look forward to have one and read it. But congratulations on that side. It's a big work you've done. So, yeah.
And Rajiv, let's remind the viewers, can you slowly and deliberately mention the book name so they can surf and get the Amazon link? So just mention the name of the book slowly, please.
So the name of book is Integrated Modern Medicine, Yoga and Ayurveda by Dr. Rajiv Gupta, and it's available on Amazon. This is the second edition. So look for second edition, because first edition did not had more details about diseases. So part 3, it has got 3 parts. The first part is about the principles. What are principles of the modern medicine? What are principles of yoga, and what are principles of Ayurveda? And this is quite interesting part, because this touch the surface on how these things have been different and poles apart for many years. Then it turns and brings what are the common principles. So common principle, what is common between that? So that's part 1. Then part 2 goes into details how this can work on each system. So it has got, part 2 has got respiratory system, cardiovascular system, gastrointestinal system, bone health, reproductive health for male, reproductive health for female, dentist, skin, and each system, how yoga, Ayurveda, and modern medicine can work together on each system. So that's the details on each system. And the third part is about diseases. In each disease, how these can work together. And then the last part is on cost benefit analysis, how it's going to save the cost massively. So this is how the book is laid out. Took a lot of work, but I'm so glad that people have liked it, and it's great to hear a good feedback from people. Yesterday, people who saw the book, who read the book. In fact, the conference organizer for the Royal College has bought 10 books on Amazon 2 weeks before the conference, and he presented it to the faculties yesterday because he feel it's so important. And people who got the book morning by evening, they said it's fantastic. So they found quite useful things in it, particularly the disease where integration is happening, and also body systems where integration, people who have respiratory conditions, how it will work together, how yoga can improve with the breathing, the pranayam, the anulom vilom, the box breathing, how different techniques can help in COPD, in like chronic asthma, people who have lung fibrosis. How does this can work together? So it's so intense work, but people are finding it so interesting because people have diseases, and it's quite useful for people, and it's put in a layman language. It's not complicated, and there's a glossary at the end. So people of Ayurveda reading, they can find their glossary, but more important, modern medicine, because they don't understand. So there is glossary for yoga, there's glossary for Ayurveda, There's glossary for modern medicine terms. All terms are explained at the end, and also there's cross connection put. So I think it's very, very powerful and useful. People should read, and I'm happy to have the feedback to add, because in the second edition we have actually added a lot more diseases which people wanted, and I think in my view it has actually added a lot more value for practical use for the people. People having diabetes can read their part. People having asthma can read. People have chronic eczema can read their part. People who are having dementia can read their part. So it's quite useful on day-to-day activity for the people as well. So thank you so much for the support.
Rajiv, thank you very much. So we remind the people, integrated health, medicine, yoga, Ayurveda. Put it on the Google search by Dr. Rajiv Gupta, and you can order it. Dr. Rajiv Gupta is part of Healing Our Earth. He is the lead at the integrated health. Congratulations, Rajiv. Rajiv, we are going to carry our project further with Rekha, with So Delicious. We are now going to start winding up with Rekha. Rekha, thank you for staying around. Just before we let you go and Seema and Amrita concludes with you, can you please bring back the muffin just to get everybody's palate watering? Bring it close to the camera. And this is what Rekha prepared earlier. It's for each one of us. We are sending the Uber round and our mouth are watering. Thank you, Rekha. Stay around there. Stay around. Seema, Amrita, take it over. We wind down, and then Seema, you are going to show us a summer salad because it's summertime. And then later we are going to Mala, who is going to explain more about her projects, where Rajiv, you can join back in about 4 o'clock so we can discuss much more. And then we got exciting session by Dr. Naveen Gupta. So if you are ladies who want you to know something about Ayurveda, and what he has got to say is completely alternative, but directly linked to your eating habits. So we're going to go in a bit later about 4:15 or 4:25. So Seema, Amrita, take it away and let's say goodbye to Rekha.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rajiv Gupta, and thank you very much, Mr. Neil Kumar. Rekha, your products are so delicious. You know, and they're so delicious for my soul as well. I will definitely be ordering this week. We're definitely going to be having a meetup with our founder and director, Mr. Neil Kumar and Mr. Kamal and all of us. I was just wondering, a quick question. Do you have a range of yogurts yet, vegan yogurts?
So we didn't bring it yet to the UK market, but in other countries, we supply manufacturers with alternatives, so it easily can be added. So yes,
I thought as much.
Yes, yes.
I thought as much.
Yes.
With such a wide profile that you have.
It's a wide range of all healthy options, and honestly, if any products coming up, we have the alternatives how to do it. So it's our main job to do that. So we can do that.
And vegan cheeses and
yes,
spreads and butters, etc.
So what we're working on, as the pizza was a very good example, using a flour mix, but we're working with the manufacturers who will supply to the supermarket ready to use pizzas, and this will be all the vegan cheese on top, so all the toppings and everything will be on a vegan. And as I said, the pastries what we selling regularly to the supermarkets already, they all vegan, and all the fillings, toppings on that are vegan as well. So all the plant-based options available, even not just sugar-free and low carb, are all vegan.
As much as we don't want to let you go, we would have such a list of questions, but we really would like to ask you a couple of things. The first thing is that Kamal's in your entrepreneurial spirit and keeps you going, you know, the food business, I mean, their highs, their lows, their trials, their errors. It's laborious. It's a laborious industry. You're number crunching, you're getting your creative juices flowing, their trial and errors for our viewers and for all of us, you know. And if we were to look at someone to mentor us and say, what are few words of wisdom you could give us for our own growth on the side along the lines of business? And if you could just sum it up in a sentence or two for all our viewers and us, of course.
So I find myself, you know, so I was working almost, I think, 2-3 times harder when I was stepped out from my, you know, dad's background, because I think in this food industry, you're really right. So many of the CEOs or even in the R&D side are men most of the time, but they really, when it's coming to the knowledge, coming to what's our unique point, and based on my experience in the last 25 years, this is where when they accepting, you know, my knowledge, and then that this is how it's working. So I was very, first time I always find myself, you know, oh, this is the woman stepping in. But I think, you know, we can create something really for a long time, for a long term, to change this, and then they accepting us if you have the knowledge to do that. So, and I would like to say a very, very big thank you to having me and inviting me. And it was my pleasure to be here. And I look forward to do some projects with you together, and any cooperation, you know, finding more synergies between our areas, and then we can do something very, very amazing.
Sure, Marita has a quick something to say to you before we let you go.
Yes, first of all, I'd like to congratulate from the depth of my heart. It's because it's not just about business, but it's about your own life. So you, being a sufferer, have nurtured yourself to bring out something fruitful, not for your plate, but for everybody's plate, which is really creditable. And that takes off my heart, actually. So
thank you so much. I'm glad you know mentioned that, because for us it's just really not just the business. It's really, really important to help people to find a solution and give a range to them, because, you know, if it's just we can be very happy and satisfied just to supply the manufacturers, but I'm not, you know, so I'm really pleased you mentioned this, because it's really important to make that change for the end.
And that brings the solution to so many problems as well.
Yeah.
And specifically the other part of it, being a woman, being a mother, you know the taste buds of the kids, and also so important to train the future generation about food education. So
yes.
Food education, as Dr. Rajiv already mentioned, about sugars and sugar cravings and the rising mental, psycho-neurological and psychological
yes.
issues that kids have and the younger generation is having, has the food component in a bigger verge to talk about. And therefore, I'm really looking forward to have something very concrete with you, where we can club up together and spread the word of mouth on the basis of food education with the products range that you have, actually, and to educate children and to let them learn something that they can do to feed their stomachs. So kind of karma yoga, I would say, that comes from your selfless service, which you are doing. Because I mostly say, everybody, if you talk about yourself, we all are living because of our stomachs. If the stomach doesn't say get up, we won't be getting up as well. So why don't we keep it very fruitful, good, energizing, and spiritually igniting as well? So once again, a very big congratulations. And I'd personally like to stay in touch with you to know more endeavors of your life. Thank you so much for coming at this platform and sharing so many exciting dishes. My mouth is tempting, and I know so many kids who have seen your juice bottles would be, at least my kids would be after me, bring one for the birthday parties to share.
Thank you so much.
Before we end, I'd like to say, may So Delicious adorn the shelves of every household, and that awareness bring much more deliciousness into everybody's lives. Thank you so much for being so inspiring. Thank you so much for coming on our platform. Like I said earlier, we feel very blessed and very grateful to have you share our knowledge. And if there are any last words you'd like to say, just global namaste, and thank you so, so much.
And Seemaji, I think Neilji has some words before we say bye to her. Yes, Neilji.
So Rekha, thank you very much for coming to Healing Our Earth. You are now part of Healing Our Earth, which is a global family connected to 186 countries, with the viewers watching on a YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, Periscope, and website. Thank you, and we will connect with you with different project leaders. Together, Seema will also organize in-person meeting, and I will be sending you the details about the picnic on 29th at the Hampstead Park. You're welcome, and let's just enjoy each other. And just to say, Thank you for doing something for the humanity.
Thank you so much again for having me, and it was my pleasure to be here. Thank you so much, and see you all soon.
Thank you. And let's move over to Seema, your delicious summer salad. And it's the Wimbledon time. Just to tell you, Djokovic is leading by 1 set at the moment. The games are quite good and exciting. It's time to do your salad. So while you set the camera, Amrita is going to introduce you to our global audience.
Sure. So we have our very lovely Seema Bhatia ji, and she was born and raised in Nairobi, and her culinary interests developed at an early age, founded on the family food business. Extensive travels, as she has traveled to so many countries, Africa, India, Southeast Asia, has allowed her to follow her culinary passion and grow her knowledge on the effects of food on not only the body, but the mental health as well. And using these secrets, she has been handed down from her grandmother to the granddaughter with the belief that you are what you eat. She draws from the ancient practices of Ayurveda and Mayan wisdoms, curating healing spice blends that are immunity enhancing, and the yogic teas, as well as self-care prescriptions with the well-being foods around. One's thoughts, processes, and method breathing can positively and negatively impact mental and physical health. She is qualified breath, water, sound teacher with the art of living. Her intertwine of diet, breathwork, meditation, and self-care prescriptions nourish the mind, body, and the soul. But put one on the journey, greater well-being allows in the life. So she has combined the knowledge of all three to give it to the people to the fullest. And she has successfully shared her skills and knowledge with corporates and individuals over many years in Hong Kong and Singapore, and is now based in Oxford. Her passion is music and dance, and she enjoys producing and hosting kitchen episodes. So let's welcome our sweet Seema ji, who's going to share summer salads for us, because it's the summertime and salads are always important and needed in many ways. So here we have Seema Bhatia. Over to you. Thank you. Unmute yourself, Seema ji.
Thank you very much, Amrita ji. Such kind words. I am now based in London. We moved. I need to change that. I moved to London last year, and a very kind introduction from you. Thank you so much, everyone. It gives me great pride and joy to be here and to be part of the Healing Aura family. I'm going to delve straight into the summer salad. It's a very simple recipe. What we're going to be doing is a heart healthy beetroot and tomato salad. Easy peasy, fast, fresh, simple, quick, the perfect recipe for any busy mother. So before I get into the recipe, a lot of you will ask me that, why did I choose this recipe? Well, it is summertime, and I think summer is the perfect time of the year to incorporate more salads into your system. This is something Amrita will be continuing the conversation with you later on during this session. And also, Mala will be giving a lot of the health benefits of a lot of the ingredients as we go along. Now, we do have a recipe, and I would ask Amrita ji to pull the recipe card up on the screen if possible. And we do a screen share before I dive into the demonstration of the recipe. Is that possible, Amrita ji?
Yes.
Pull it up. Yeah,
yes.
So it is an easy recipe. It's very quick. So as you can see, we have 2 slow roasted beets. So I'm going to just hold this up, beetroots of this size. How do you slow roast these beetroots? Very easy. All you have to do is you de-stem them, wash them, scrub them clean, dry, wrap them up in foil, and you can stick them into the oven at 180 degrees for about an hour and a half, okay? And they should roast up to melting tender. Take them out of the oven, peel them, and we're going to cut them into thin coins. 2 beetroots, 2 salad tomatoes, wash, scrub them clean, cut them into coins. We've got cherry tomatoes over here. We're going to add in some greens. You can add in cilantro or coriander or fresh basil that you celebrated for its anti-inflammatory properties. And of course, we want the salad to be colorful. We love to eat our rainbow, so we could add a melange of salad greens into the salad and to give that nice adornment, something like pearls. We could, and I got this from Mala the other day. She's so poetic when she uses her food language. She said, "Oh, I use garnets and I use emeralds and I use pearls." And I said, "Oh my God, this is beautiful." So crumbled feta cheese, white for pearls. Garnets, we've got pomegranate arrows. If you wanted to, I don't have them right now. If you wanted to add a bit of jade, you could add olives into this salad. And of course, we're going to do a very simple salad dressing. So let's begin. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to tie up my hair. The key to any successful cooking session is to actually wear a hairnet or a hat, a chef's hat, and tie up your hair. Second, got these disinfectant wipes. Cleanliness is a must. We have to always observe that. Now, what I've done is I've taken the salad a notch further. And it's really nice to be able to seat yourself at a dining table and be able to do a food demo, something very rare. So what I've done over here is, if you can see this plate, I've actually prepared everything. So we have our slow roasted beets. We have our tomato rounds over there, as you can see. We've got cherry tomatoes, which we've halved. You can use 5 to 6 of them. And we've got our salad greens. Now you could go for arugula or rocket. You could go for mixed Italian salad, whatever you wish, okay? So what I did was, for ease and simplicity, I just plated up the salad in advance and for time, and I just brought it here, and you can see it over here. The key to any good cooking session, or even in your kitchen, is to be organized and have all your ingredients, mise en place. So you roast your beets, you keep everything ready. I love to keep my cilantro or my coriander, as you can see, in stems like this. A technique I learned in Asia, with the tender stems, not to chop it up like we often do with Indian cooking. And we're going to prepare a dressing now. Dressing ingredients one by one. A 1/4 cup of extra virgin olive oil. As you can see, I'm holding it onto the other camera. Cold pressed extra virgin olive oil. Some honey, about 1/2 teaspoon to 1/4 teaspoon. And the reason why I'm using honey is because I deliberately chose honey in this recipe, because honey is very good for your Agni as per Ayurveda. Yeah, and Amrita will be emphasizing more on that aspect later on. You may wish to opt for maple syrup or agave if you're vegan. The choice is yours. We have the zest of lime zest over here, and it's about a 1/4 teaspoon of lime zest. Now, what the zest has is, the zest has the essential oils. It's very potent, and it gives a tad bit of bitterness into your salad, which actually complements the salad very beautifully. We have the juice of 1 lime here. And of course, we have the honey with the lime. So it's the yin and yang of sweet and sour for that extra extreme balance. And we've got some garlic, as you can see, just a nice, generously big clove of garlic, which we've minced. And we have some French mustard, just quarter teaspoon. This recipe is very easy. It's very simple. And the way I like to do this dressing is I just like to get a leftover bottle. I don't fill my bottles. I wash them out with hot water and soap. And I store them because they can help with storing any leftovers in the fridge. They're great for your salad dressings. This is the easiest salad dressing you ever have. You go in with your quarter cup of extra virgin olive oil, and you're just going to go in with your ingredients. So let's go in with the honey. This honey is sweet, and I'm going to, so let's bung in the lemon zest here. Let's scoop up that honey. Just go slowly. Let's add in our lime juice. Let's add in our mustard. So we're doing a vinaigrette here. You don't want too much mustard, just about a quarter teaspoon to a half. I'm using French Dijon mustard over here. You can go for the grainy variety if you like. And a generous clove of garlic. We bung every single ingredient into the bottle. Okay. And you're going to give this a good shake. It all gets emulsified. To really take all your anger and frustration out on this jar if you're not having a good hair day. I like to use Himalayan pink salt. If you wish to go for sea salt, you may do so. The amount of salt you use is your choice. And I'm just going to, some people like to put this into the dressing, but I'm just going to go on top of the salad. Okay, I like that little bit of crunchiness the salt gives. I love this crackling sound. And black pepper. I am from Kenya, so two things that tickle my fancy. One is pili pili, which is red chilies, and the other one is black pepper. Pili pili manga, we call it in Kenya. To taste on your salad, or you can stick it straight into the dressing. You can see that the dressing is really well emulsified. It's creamy, it's gorgeous. You're just going to pour this over. Now there's so much you can do with the salad. Okay. Excuse me. This is the basis of the salad. Should you wish to add some onions, what I've done is I've brined these onions in salt water. Then just stick over some onions. Onions are great for summer. They're a great food to have for summer. Just add as much as you want. Excuse me. Again, go over with your salad dressing. Be generous. And we're going to add Mala's garnets over here. You get this wonderful burst of flavor when you add in your pomegranates. And now you can either go with the anti-inflammatory benefits of basil, or if you want traditionally Indian kitchen, which I do very often, just a few sprigs of coriander just to adorn the salad. Give it that really lovely pick-me-up. That burst of cilantro, coriander, dhania, as we call it in Kenya. Again, washed and soaked, keep the freshness. And you have your salad ready. Now, food is medicine. Food sustains you. Food nourishes your being. So you always want to give it more energy. Now you could add chia seeds onto the salad. You could add roasted flax seeds, roasted pumpkin seeds, roasted sunflower seeds, walnuts, or almonds. I'm going with raw almonds. I want to keep the salad as real as possible. I'm just lightly pounding them in my pestle and mortar. Not fully, we're going to keep some texture and texture. So light, easy, and you're just going to sprinkle this on top. Now, remember one thing. Beetroots are very good for heart health. They're great for BP. Tomatoes are very good for heart health. They're high in lycopene. Almonds are rich in healthy fats. You could add some avocado onto this. We have onions, which are a blood thinner. And there we are. The simplest, easiest summer salad you could have ever made. The only thing that would take you time, and literally not even time, I would say just a few minutes, is get your beets, scrub them clean, wrap them up in foil, slow bake them in the oven. You can do it the night before, and boom, your salad is ready. This is a perfect salad on its own, was perfect accompaniment to any meal. It's fast, it's fresh, it's delicious, and it's super healthy. Yeah, that's it. Easy peasy, like I said earlier on. There we are. And you may have a little bit of salad dressing left, as you can see. Just save it for your salad the next day, or pour it over some red capsicums and just, put them in and have it. And you're ready to enjoy this salad. I'm going to put this over here.
Seema, can you bring the salad plate on your speaking phone? The speaking phone, the phone that you are actually hosting on, the other camera. Yeah, that's the one. And now bring it at the angle, so 45 degrees without dropping it. So bring it near the camera. Bring it near the camera. You're going away from the camera. Point to the camera, center of the camera. The little hole in the camera, so we can see. Now tilt it slightly towards us without dropping. Okay, towards us, towards the camera, if you tilt it.
Forward, sort of.
Yeah, go slightly back, slightly back.
It goes blurry.
Okay,
How about if I bring it into
okay,
this?
let's go to, yes, stay there. That's the right camera. Let's bring that in as well. 1 second, Seema. Beautiful. It's there. For everybody, you can snap it. And she has also said you can add your own ingredients. You can add pomegranate in it, avocado. If you are a fish eater, you can do sardines. If you want to add anything extra, then add on it. This is a simple salad for the summer. Thank you, Seema.
You're welcome. And
It's really nice.
It
That is really sweet.
So I took a look at this inspiration from Karen Robinson. She had a recipe of this salad, and I just thought, let me change it around a little bit and make a few changes. Now, I did mention one more thing.
Seema, let's remind the viewers who Karen Robinson is.
Karen Robinson is part of our vegan vegetarian kitchen. She produces the shows with me. She's unavailable today. Now, I do want to add that I did mention feta cheese. Now, Mala, would you like me to add some pearls to this salad?
Well, if people don't eat sort of feta cheese, or they're vegetarians, or it's content, or they're vegans as well, you could use alternatives as well. You could use tofu, roasted tofu, or just eliminate it. And you can use paneer. I love roasted paneer and halloumi. So there are alternatives you can use. There are vegan cheeses as well, a good range these days. And they're gluten-free, wheat-free, and they're dairy-free. So you have those variations. I love the creativity and the alternatives, your substitutes in that salad. Absolutely. I love the colors.
So that for that pearly effect, if you noticed, you can see it's a creamy effect. I've added the almonds, but if you wanted to, you could add crumbled feta cheese. You could add fresh grated paneer. You could add roasted paneer. You could add halloumi. You could add an entourage of vegan cheeses that we have in the market. You could add cashew cheese is a great option. Raw sprouted cashew nuts. It's always good to actually sprout your nuts because it increases the nutritional value. It reduces the phytic acids, which make them more digestible. Pistachios are just beautiful on the salad, especially if you use the pomegranate and the pistachio, because it infuses the salad with the Persian elements. And at Healing Our Earth, we're all about celebrating diversity, right? We're one world, a family that comes together, and we celebrate many cultures through the medium of food. And I think
how about some exciting nuts, the seeds as well? So we get the seeds consumption.
I mentioned that sunflower seeds, pumpkin seeds, chia seeds are great, but they might gel up with the dressing. If you want that mucousy kind of jelly kind of texture, that's okay. Roasted flax seeds are wonderful. They're very high in omegas.
What about sesame seeds?
Sesame seeds are so high in calcium and they're so good for you. I would actually roast up white sesame seeds and black sesame seeds, and I bring a bit of that Japanese element into this salad. Now, if you want to add the roasted sesame seeds into this salad, go with the same recipe. You have the white sesame seeds, you have the black sesame seeds, you roasted them. Add in a teaspoon of tamari if you're gluten-free, or a teaspoon of soy sauce if you're not gluten-free, into your vinaigrette that I just told you. Yeah. And you would have a perfect, I would say, Far Eastern kind of vinaigrette. Now, if you want to enhance it even more, toss away the extra virgin olive oil and add in lovely dark roasted sesame oil. Same measurements, 1/4 cup. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And follow the same recipe. Don't eliminate the mustard and add in the soy or the tamari, and you have this beautiful Southeast Asian inspired salad. You've got, a bit of Japan in it. You've got a little bit of Hong Kong in it. You've got a little bit of everything in it, and it's so yum. You can even add in a red chili. Sorry.
And Seema, we can ask Amrita that if we put some grated coconut in it, how would it enhance and what are the health benefits, Amrita? Is it beneficial?
Very lovely recipe you have shared, Seema ji. And based upon your flavor and taste. So if you would love to add coconut, if you like the coconut flavors, you can go for coconut oil as well as some grated coconut, which is a coolant. And over and above, I would also like to add that this kind of a combination is a very super iron-rich combination. It is rich in magnesium, it's rich in phosphorus, it's rich in calcium, it's rich in many of the ingredients which are very good for children who are growing children, who have constipation, who have problems related with the bloating. So as sesame seeds have been added, ginger can be added a little bit. You've already added some garlic and the lemon zest that will enhance the flavor. And if you're not hungry, it all has those herbs which are very appetizers. So, and over on that, if you like some curry leaves, then you can just add a little bit of oil, heat a little bit of oil, add some sesame seeds or some mustard seeds and a pinch of 2-3 curry leaves, and then just sprinkle over the salad.
I think Seema is saying something when you mentioned curry leaves. Seema, what were your comments?
Bingo. Okay, so you've hit the nail on the head. So basically, if you're going to turn this salad into a Southern Indian inspired salad with the coconut on top, toss out the dressing, forget about the dressing, and substitute the dressing with what we call a bhagar in Kenya or a tarka in Punjab. In the English language, we call it tempering. How you would do that? I would go with coconut oil, as Amrita said. I would heat it up. I would splutter up some mustard seeds. I would add in a pinch of asafoetida, which is hing. I would add in urad dal, which is the white, I don't know the English name, or chana dal. Yeah. Which is green. And I would just let them fry golden brown. I would add in my curry leaves. I would add in a dry red chilies, and I would splatter it over and giving it the Southern Indian flavors with a nice squeeze of lime, on it. Yeah.
Another idea with the Southern Indian, I've tried this. Now, you can roast coriander seeds, or even jeera. Just roast it and toss it over the salad. Oh my gosh, it'll burst with flavors, and it's that aroma and all the flavors. And the most important thing about all your ingredients, it's full of nutrients. It's very strong.
It's a very nutrient dense salad. I have to admit, it's a nutrient dense salad. It's extremely heart healthy. And legend has it, there's a quote, there's a saying that says, knowledge knows that tomato is a fruit.
Yeah.
But wisdom knows that you never put tomato in a fruit salad.
Hmm.
And there's like 10,000 varieties of tomatoes. It's planting them, the perfect tomato is challenging, but the basic ones that we use is those globe tomatoes. So in a way we can, and they're much sweeter nowadays. They have rich flavors, like the Italian little cherry tomatoes. They've got such a variety because of the climate there and the soil. And I tried it in a fruit salad, and I tried it in a fruit kebab, and the children actually liked it because there were some tangy ones, and just mix the flavors and the colors. And then they bought into that idea. It was all about
and there's some sweet tomatoes as well now. I can see our founder and director, Mr. Neil Kumar, is here, and I'm sure he's going to have to say something. So I'd like to remind him of the tree tomatoes that we must have all grown up eating in Africa.
And Seema, you mentioned very right thing that tomato is a fruit. But hey, don't mix it with your pear and an apple and your cherries, because there the acid contents are different. But here is the point. Rather than adding salt and vinegar or oils, how about using the tomato juice itself, which is so nice and rich? And what I do, I take the residue of the black and green olives, so which is semi-brine, and instead of salt, I use it to make it salty. So you have to with the salt content, particularly with the ladies who retain water, that salt content can be removed from there, and we can add, and to make it exciting, if you are South Indian, for example, or East African, take a raw papaya and grate it. Don't eat it otherwise, but grate it. Then you would add the bulk, which is also very good. Don't do it if you are pregnant or you are trying to conceive, please. So be careful. If you are a lady, don't do it. But yes, we can get away without using salt.
You can, and it's not only for ladies who have water retention, it's also for gentlemen, may I add, and women as well, who suffer from high BP. We don't want to have too much salt in our diet. If we are suffering from high blood pressure, we don't want to have less salt either, but we don't want to have too much salt. Now, I want to say something.
You're muted, unmute
You're muted.
There's something I'd like to say that I'd like to add. Oh, it's my battery dying. No, it isn't. About I do lean towards Ayurveda, but I lean very much towards eating yourself beautiful and eating yourself gorgeous. And I do believe that you are what you eat, and it will reflect on your outer body and on your skin. Give yourself 2 weeks of healthy eating and hydration, and you will see a difference in your skin, in your energy levels, in the way you look, and also, especially if you're having vitamin C rich foods, the collagen content of your skin will improve. Tomatoes are a magic potion. They're a beauty food, okay? They have 40% of your daily intake of vitamin C. Applying tomatoes onto your skin are fantastic because the enzymes act as an exfoliant, and they just literally brighten your skin, peeling away all that dead skin. They're very high in vitamin C and beta carotene, which is great for cell regeneration. Now let's talk about beetroots. Okay, my grandmother used to tell us, if you want to look swanny, if you want to look pretty, and you want to grow up with those ruby red lips, every night you should put beetroot juice on your lips. We call it chukandar in Punjab. Chukandar ka pani, chukandar ka juice lake, put it on your lips. It also brightens your skin. Now, Amrita ji, you are much more an expert than I am on this avenue, so I'm going to take all your input and advice and everything, because I've been told that beetroots brighten your skin and they reduce scars and dark spots as well when applied to skin, which is quite ironic because beetroot is very dark, a dark colored vegetable, and it stains the skin, but yet they say when you apply it to your skin, it helps reduce your dark spots. It has a high water content as well, I've been told, and it's great for hydrating, and it has a lot of electrolytes as well. So maybe you can throw some more light on beautiful beets, which help us eat ourselves beautiful, and what we enjoy very often in the summers in India with fermented foods, which is your forte as well, with a lovely drink called kanji. And then you're going to go into more fermented foods. I know in Mala, you're going to bring in a lot of your wisdom on nutrition over here. So tell us more about kanji. Why do we love to enjoy a nice glass of kanji? What is kanji, number one, for our viewers? Why do we enjoy to have a glass of kanji in the summers? And what are the benefits of kanji?
Yeah, before I say something, I think Malaji has to say something. Please go ahead.
Oh, I wanted to give you a little tip for acid in tomatoes, as Neil mentioned. So tomatoes can be acidic or tangy in cooking. Some people add a little bit of sugar to reduce the tanginess, but my gran, she taught me, my amma, a little trick. So if your tomato sauce is too acidic or virgin or bitter, use a little baking soda, not sugar, as sugar might make the taste better, but the old, baking soda method, it is an alkaline, and that will help balance the excess acid in the tomato sauce or whatever you're using the tomatoes for. Just a little pinch should do the trick, and it reduces that acidity. So if you want to reduce your sugar intake in food, or, because lots of ingredients have hidden sugars as a preservative, so that baking powder does help. I've tried it and it does work.
That's really, really valuable advice, and it's something I've never heard of before. So I'm definitely going to be trying that out.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Nice advice.
Dr. Amrita,
yeah.
Just before you carry on, and we still have got about 10-15 minutes with you, Mala and Seema. Let's tell our viewers who are waiting on the YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, Periscope, and the website what our future episodes are. So if you could kindly read them, tell them about our exciting Friendship Day and 200 episodes. So here we go. These are our future episodes. Over to you,
Yes,
Dr.
so we are welcoming everyone to attend our next episode, which is on well-being and wellness for happy, healthy, peaceful body and mind, which is on 23rd July, 2023.
And our plan is on that day to go to the Global Retreat Center of the Brahma Kumaris.
Yes.
And we might be coming live with Seema Dims from there to see if we can share what is happening at the relaunch of the World Global Retreat Center of the Brahma Kumaris in the Oxfordshire. Let's move on to the next event.
So don't leave the opportunity as well. And where the whole world is celebrating the friendship, let's come together and bring our friends, and everyone is specially invited to bring in their friends and to wish everyone International Day of Friendship, which will be celebrated on 30th July, 2023.
And you can see on the flyer some of our friends who are there. Mala, you can see yourself smiling, and we've got some Blitz people, and Meena, and Vaishali, and Seema, and Sarita, and so many people who are there, and Winnie. So if you have friends and you love friendship, simply pop in onto Healing Our Earth and tell us what friendship means to you. It doesn't have to be just a human being. You may have a pet or an animal that you love, and how the friendship affects you. Just roll in at Healing Our Earth, pop in and just tell us what friendship means to you. And then over to you again, Dr. Amrita.
As we are celebrating the 200th episode on this free global online platform, we want everybody to come together as we all want to greet to this episode, which will be a completion of the 200th part, and which is celebrated on 6th of August, 2023. So everyone is welcome to join us on these 3 episodes, which will be lined Sunday to Sunday, to share so many things from friendship and wellness to the celebrations which are coming over. Sharing and sharing always on this platform of Healing Our Earth.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita, with a lovely smile and a pink of her health. How wonderfully put in, which is very nice. So Seema, Amrita, and Mala chit chat with each other, bring out the summary so far, and shortly, in about 10 minutes, we'll be traveling to Dr. Naveen Gupta, who has something very exciting for us. So over to you, ladies.
I was just going to mention diabetes, the biggest topic and the deadliest topic. The beetroots are very, very good for reducing that blood sugar level. I mean, ladies, I've tried it and it works. What's your thoughts?
We have Dr. Rajiv Gupta here, the expert, to answer the question
Yes,
for us,
yes.
just in perfect time.
Thank you so much. Yes, diabetes is basically an imbalance between the glucose and the metabolism of the glucose to push into the cell. As we know, all food that we eat is converted into glucose into the body, and then that is put into the cell so that they can use it to run the functions. Just like a machine, we need the diesel petrol. So this is the diesel petrol, and we eat different foods, which is like crude oil, and that's kind of digested, converted into the purest form, so it can be used by the cells, which is the engine. Now, if in the process there is faults which happen in the engines, you have that defect called diabetes, where blood sugar level is high because it's not able to enter into cells. So it's high in the blood level. That high level is dangerous because A, it invites infections. B, it causes damage to the organs. So when there is diabetes nephropathy, that indicate kidney damage because of high glucose. Diabetes retinopathy, which causes damage in the eye because of this. Diabetes neuropathy is where there is damage to the nerves function because of high glucose, and so on. So basically, if we can modify the foods that has slow conversion or modify the process in which it is done, there is a method where you can minimize the effect and therefore minimize the use of drugs and therefore minimize your limitation of life. And there is also a possibility for a long term, if the body thinks I can cope, you might be able to get rid of the medication. So food is so important, and typically the carbohydrate food, which takes longer time to digest and then come to the bloodstream, is much better because the slow processing allows the body to cope with the level, and the in going into the blood is much slower, which is able to manage much better. So food is very important, but also I may just put in another spin, which is yoga. So when you do different type of yogas, it helps the metabolism. And there are different type, particularly Mandukasana is fantastic because it changes the function of the pancreas at the same time. Because you're squeezing, you're putting your hands into the tummy, and where you're putting the hands and you're pressing, and then you're bending, that's the exact area where the pancreas is. And therefore it's squeezed to maximize its function. So the food that's coming, it will slow down the rise of the glucose. So that's actually much better. And obviously, then we'll talk about different types of the herbs that can be used. But I think this is a good platform, Healing Our Earth, how in a natural way we can reduce the effect of the disease and come to a natural human being. So that's the process on how we can heal ourselves rather than needing the drugs. So I think it's a very good opportunity. I think you have been talking. Seema has given very good tips. You have been talking. Mala has been talking. So I think it's quite good that we have a decoction of different people thinking in order to really minimize the ill effects of the disease. So thank you very much again.
Thank you. Thank you. That was really insightful, Dr. Rajiv.
Just a moment.
To touch on the parameters of knowing what diabetes is, and you put light on the diet as well as the yoga part of it. And the food, actually, basically the plate that you're consuming has the real medicine and the real wealth. So how do you take that plate and how do you consume it makes all the difference. So in that way, what you're consuming, like suppose the salad contains raw tomatoes, but as you see, the raw tomatoes will have rich vitamin C, which may not be the same, because many vitamins are volatile, and their temperature, when you heat them or cook them, they lose their bonding. And therefore, if you have raw tomatoes in that way, are very good. They are very good diuretic as well. They will help you nourish so many ways. And with the beetroots, I cannot say what benefits they have, like they are tremendous benefits. I still remember when I had I was carrying my second baby, my hemoglobin was a little low. And you will not believe that with these natural things of beetroot, with wheatgrass, with pomes, I have increased it naturally, drinking it every day. And these kind of things are so flourishing, and they help you nurture in so well formed way. And if you see, when Seema ji was preparing her salad, she was using a mortar and a pestle. So I would like to just throw some light on that as well, because food processing and food technology, in which the way you process the food also makes a big difference. That kind of a thing is so important, because the way you make the paste and blend of things makes the fiber content turn into so many all small stuffs. I still remember I had a student of mine, and she was talking about severe constipation, where she had days and days where she could not go to the toilet because she was severely constipated and stomach issues, and she was just on smoothies. And when I asked her that, what are you taking in the smoothies and how do you prepare it? She said that I prepare the smoothies and grind them deeply, and it becomes a very small, thin, fibrous liquid kind of a thing, where there's no fibers, and the fibers are completely being worn out and cut off because of the preparation technique. And due to that, she was having very low fiber content in the whole day. And that makes her gut imbalanced. So what kind of processing you do with the things and in what all way also makes a big difference. So using those kind of things that will add on fibers to your diet, that will add on the nourishment will be particularly dependent on what kind of food choices you make, as well as what kind of stuff you add. And the ingredients of the salads, and when you talk about fermented foods, they in self have a wealth of prebiotic and probiotics, which our biome needs. So there are a lot of bacteria that causes diseases. But to tell everybody, there are so many good bacteria which are so essential for our gut. And they are as essential that they can also produce vitamin K and many other immunoboosting things. And before I move, I think Neilji has some comments. Yes, Neilji.
So what an interesting session we've been having so far. We have actually developed some live projects. We are going to deal with Mauritius. We are going to deal with Mala, putting with the local councils. We're going to have Seema extending the products into East Africa and Pan-Asian countries, which we are going to facilitate. We'll maybe meet up in the picnic and discuss that. And Dr. Amrita, yourself, because you are leading the conference of the Global Alliance of Ayurveda World in Mauritius for April, which is initiated by Healing Our Earth. Talking about that, our next guest, who has been practicing for more than 50 years in different countries, have accumulated so much knowledge of his style in a different format, and we will be inviting him to Mauritius as well. Mala is a subject which he's going to bring in the food industry, and I didn't title on his flyer, is the graceful menopause by vegan vegetarian cuisine. Very important subject. So I think let's bring him on board now a bit earlier, because I'm sure you guys will have so many questions to ask him. Let him bring his presentation. So I'm going to invite him right now over here. Mala, you and Amrita stay over. Dr. Amrita, please go ahead and give a soft introduction, which is here, and there you go.
Thank you. Global Namaste, Dr. Naveen. Very heartiest welcome. And before the presentation begins, I'd like to read his short bio sketch. Dr. Naveen Gupta graduated from one of the oldest Ayurveda institutes in India, which is in Delhi, which is known as Ayurvedic and Unani Tibia College. He received his BAMS with honors and gold medal from Delhi University. Since 1984, he has been practicing Ayurveda, first 2 decades at Delhi and last 2 decades in Belgium, Germany, Netherlands, and Switzerland. That's amazing. Dr. Gupta is specialized in pulse examination and divine herbs of mother, Marma Vidya, vital points in human physiology, Vedic psychotherapy, that's pretty interesting and very important for mental health and emotional well-being, and is also an expert in Panchakarma, detoxification, and rejuvenation programs. So what a very beautiful and an impressive introduction it is. I'm really pleased to have you here in front of me from belonging to the same fraternity, and to welcome you at Healing Our Earth to share a very interesting topic, which I'm looking forward to as well, to hear from you what are the vegan and vegetarian solutions at menopause, because so many women around the globe are having tough times at that. Over to you, Dr. Naveen. Thank you.
Global Namaste to everybody, and it's a so beautiful platform. And I joined this session for the last 2 hours now. So I'll be commenting on few things before I come to my topic, because I have to say to all of you that what Neil said to me by text, that it will be a fun. So I don't want to go much in detail into about the classical way of expressing myself about the graceful menopause, but I picked up something from today, and I will keep on putting the Ayurvedic essence to that. What in the beginning, Seema Bhatia, perhaps she was speaking about Tadka and Vagar. So, and she explained it so good practically. But let me add to the Ayurvedic wisdom to the Tadka and Vagar. Actually, Tadka and Vagar is coming from Ayurveda. And you will understand it when I will little bit try to explain you that we are composed of 5 elements, and the whole universe is composed of 5 elements. And this is based on the 5 elements. There is 3 dosha theory about our DNA, about our biotype, Vata, Pitta, Kapha, and so on. So what I will say here is that when you make, so you are making a soup, or you are making vegetable, or you are making a dal, or just saute the vegetables, in the end, you are using the Vagar. So what Vagar will do, apart from taste, apart from some other properties, but for the wisdom point of view, I will tell you that it will separate all the 5 elements from the cooked food after you put the Vagar. That means that the water element, air element, ether element, earth element, and fire element, which are there in the food, which have already cooked. So 5 elemental food, a person who is composed of 5 elements is going to take with his hand, of course, not the soup I'm talking about here with the hand, but salad, for example, or some saute vegetable you will be taking from your hand. So 5 elements here, 5 elements person, 5 element food. So what happens when you do Vagar? All the 5 elements get separated. That means water will go to the water element of the body, earth will go to the earth element of the body, and your body will be nourished from all subtle 5 elements. That was about the Vagar. Coming to the tomato part, we had a lot of discussion about the tomato today, and then 100 types of tomato also came into the picture. And what I could not write in my bio, that in my profile, that I was also working in Italy. So Italy is a land of tomato. Then I'm living in Belgium. Today I'm speaking from my Belgium home and practice. But my whole patients are coming from Netherlands because I'm on the border. So Dutch is the land of tomatoes. You cannot imagine how many tomatoes Dutch people grow. It is the land of agriculture. So how many people from the Wageningen University, which is the University of Agriculture, which is one of the most famous university in the world, the 5 professors from that university, they are my patients. Many students who are studying under these 5 professors are my patients or students. So I can tell you about tomato, so many type of tomato you are talking about, but here we spoke about, I'm into, I don't know about that because that was new to me today also. She said that to combat the acidity of the tomato, you just add some baking soda. She said that. And everybody was surprised. I see Mala was also surprised to listen to that. Amrita, you were surprised when you were listening to that. And I was also surprised. But at the moment, I'm not sure whether I'll be able to advise that to my patient before I use it for myself. Otherwise, I will not do that. But what I can tell you already, fenugreek seeds can solve everything. And it will hit 2 things. We were talking about, I know that I will quote Dr. Rajiv Gupta also today, and he is an allopathic expert, integrated medicine expert, and I'm an Ayurveda medicine expert, not an integrated one, but I want to integrate with integrated, so that will be something else. I will take further his talk because he was speaking about diabetes and beetroot and tomato. So fenugreek, if you add to your recipe with the beetroot, that's going to work as medicine in non-insulin dependent diabetes mellitus. So fenugreek will be fenugreek seed, small type of seed. There are 2 types of seed. One is hard, one is very small, like sesame seed, but yellow in color. If you use that, that will be anti-acidic. In fact, that will be pH balancing also. And you cannot imagine, the people have helped the people with burning micturition and with water retention with this recipe of beetroot mixed with fenugreek seeds. So that's, I wanted to say that. And now probably I've covered everything, but diabetes also, one thing I will take a joke a little bit, but to the science, decoction, Dr. Rajiv Gupta was mentioning. That's a decoction. And I see that decoction of 10 people are there today also. So we are 10 people here on the screen today, but 10 people multiplied by 100. So probably a few thousand people will be listening on all the programs and all the social media platforms. So then I don't say 10. So, but then I use the word because Charak says, Charkokta dashe mani panchashata kashayam. So there are 50 decoctions mentioned in the Charak Samhita, and with 10 herbs each. And you cannot imagine how beautifully the Charaka is expressing the medicine, whole medicine in this decoction. So, Mr. Neil, congratulations to you, and thank you very much for you to bring this platform, because you are bringing a decoction of the knowledge on the table of the people to serve them with Ayurveda as medicine and food as medicine, which you are serving. It's so beautiful. And then practical tip about diabetes, one more, and then I'm finished with this, then I come back to my topic. So, and the practical tip is that to your patients, to your students, to the larger community, you must say that in very simple terms, which they will understand very good, to a layman's language, that the madam, sir, or my dear master, a small child, whatever it is. So you say that you have to use not the shooting food, you have to use the spreading food. When you are eating, for example, our Indian meal, our vegetarian meal, which is full of 6 tastes, exactly designed in a thali with a Vastu concept. I will not talk about it today, because thali is, everybody knows thali and everybody goes to restaurant, but the thali is not arranged today according to the Vastu concept. But I also am working on the Vastu concept of thali. If everything is arranged probably with Vastu, then no digestion or metabolism complaint can come. And this will be, I say that the food should be spreading in the body, not shooting. If it shoots, that means it is hyperglycemic index shoots up. So say to your people, say to everybody, say to yourself that we will, from today onwards, we will eat a spreading food, not the shooting food. And that's why the Jain kitchen or the sacred Ayurveda kitchen does not use even the garlic and onion. And when you ask people why not, they will say because they hamper in your meditative process. But according to Ayurveda, I will say one more thing, they are also shooting. So garlic is the shooting, although very good benefits for the health. And I cannot deny that. And that I'm supporting that. I cannot deny that. I'm not denying it. But at the same time, they are shooting. That's why Ayurveda loves to have food which is spreading food. So now this part is over, which I listened to all of you. Now I come to the graceful menopause. And so I tell you—
Dr. Naveen, just to interrupt, before you move to menopause topic, I would like our viewers to know, when you have talked about the fenugreek seeds, how many fenugreek seeds do you advise per salad? And because most of the time fenugreek is soaked in water and being taken, so do you advise a powder being made and sprinkled, or do you advise to soak it, and how much time before consumption and addition to the salad? Over to you.
Okay. Soaking is something else. If you soak in water, then I advise people to drink water. Now we are talking about these recipes. In the recipe, I'm not going to use soaking one. I'm going to use just fenugreek seeds. And it's not about salad, it's about serving. So in one serving, I will say 1/3 of a teaspoon.
1/3 of a teaspoon.
In one serving, 1/3 of his teaspoon. So, and I will also say to the all diabetic people that if you are, and this tip which I'm giving to people, it works really very, very good. And I'm really very good means 10 years it's working good for me, for my patients. So that is the plate which you are using at your home, the regular plate which you use at eating plate. So please go to the shop, crockery shop again and try to buy 2/3 of that plate in the size. So that will make already big change when you buy a 2/3 of the plate. And 2/3 of the plate, the 2/3 of that plate should be with vegetables, not with carbs. So then there will be no big story about the carbs and no big story about the, because then we are talking about the portion. So that is again one tip. And now I move to my
I think our founder and director, Mr. Nil Kumar, has some comments. Nilji, yes, please.
So, Dr. Gupta, you mentioned a very important point here. The way the gastronomical juices flow in our body is very important. So you mentioned that let's reduce the serving size of our utensils, because then with the same portion that will be put in a big plate where we'll fill is very little, so we fill it up, this one will be fuller, and that is going to be very appealing. So that's number one very good point, that have a smaller serving utensils, it will look more fuller, and you will psychologically feel, my God, you are having a big meal, number one. The number 2 point that I think you are trying to get over here is consume the food to live rather than live to consume. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. Please carry on now with your next exciting topic, where the ladies on the social media are waiting, and in a slow, deliberate manner, let's give them tips as well. Over to you.
You see, here I begin with, today will not be too much time because it's already 5 o'clock, 35 minutes. No, sorry, it will be 4:35 in UK now. So what I want to say that the basic thing what you should know about Ayurveda, then you will know that what happens at the age of 50, especially in the woman we are talking about today. So there are 3 pillars on which the whole universe is standing. One is wind, second is sun, and third is moon. Wind, sun, and moon. These are 3 pillars. The whole universe is standing on these 3 pillars. And there are, in these 3 pillars, you must have a substance which is filling these 3 pillars, because this whole universe is standing on that. And the substance for us as human being is ahara, nidra, and brahmacharya. Ahara means the food and drinks. Nidra means the sleep. And brahmacharya means the right sexual conduct. So 3 pillars of health for all human beings, and in fact, all conscious beings. We say thalachar, jalachar, nabachar. Means this on the earth, in the aquatic, or in the sky life. So for all conscious beings, the 3 pillars of health are the food and drinks 1, sleep 2, and sexual conduct, right sexual conduct, that is the 3rd pillar of health. If you're suffering from any disease, any diagnosis you have, if it is not the hereditary or genetic diagnosis, that means, so 1/3 part of that is coming from your food and drinks, or maybe from your mother's food and drink, what she was taking when you were in the womb. And 2nd is from the sleep, and 3rd is from the sexual conduct. But you will say that in the children, there is no sexual conduct. So then how come these 1/3 can come in the children? So in children are the exceptions for that, because they are already in the kapha age. So kapha age is the children age. Then we come into transformation age, that's pitta age, and the old age, which we are in vata. So now we are coming to the vata point. So having the graceful menopause, what I was talking about, you have to understand, there are few things very clearly to understand. And because I want to do very, very, then. So here I'm speaking about the graceful menopause, and then little bit truth about the weight loss together. Because all of you, so I first give the 5 tips, because I'm giving a talk on this platform for the 2nd time. And the first time it was so beautiful, it already happened a few months ago. Neil advised every one of us who were speaking at that platform. Perhaps at that time, Amrita was not joining. And then he asked us 5 tips. So I prepared 5 tips for a successful vegan and vegetarian trip in the UK. So the first one is cooking yourself is the way to go. So when you cook yourself, then you know how and what you are cooking. If you are eating at a restaurant, or if you're ordering something, then you do not know. Here I make Rekha's recipe as exception, because we know her recipes, we know her. And so please do not buy food from any chain which you do not know, which could be just end up as an industrial chain. So industrial food is the worst food what we are having today. And I was told before moving to UK, that somebody told me that some people told me in Europe, it's a little bit different than UK, living in Europe or living in Switzerland, a little bit different in UK. They were telling me because of Brexit, so UK will experience a lot of food problems, because UK will more be cooperating with US, and then there will be a lot of problems will come, and you will see so many fat people in UK then. So that was a little bit fear, so which I don't want to bring the fear here, because Amrita already introduced me as Vedic psychotherapy. So my job is to remove the fear, but not to bring the fear. But I want to tell that with good food, with knowing people like Rekha and the recipes and all the whole range of products what she showed to us today, it's so wonderful. So I'm looking forward to order for myself and for my family from whatever first opportunity will come for me. That was the cooking yourself. The second thing is that please find the best supermarkets, whatever you can find. And every supermarket has to have, by law, I'm not sure about UK now, but in Europe, every supermarket by law has to have some organic products or biological products, we call it here. So you must try to have organic product selection and many, many pure vegetarian selection. which will be differently stored in a different cabinet than the other cabinets. So this is what second tip is. And third tip is, please try to find out the farmers close to you or local farmers. It helps in so much way, economically, and also instead of going to the supermarket all the time, we should find the local farmer produce. And in Switzerland, I'm very happy that we find local farmer produce near our homes. And I checked with my all patients, they all can have the local farmer produce. And it's so beautiful. For example, carrots. So if you go to supermarket, you can buy only the orange carrot. By the way, I also want to tell you that carrot used to not be orange. It was the Dutch people who brought this orange carrots to please the Queen of Holland. That is what, that's color of the Queen of the Holland. We call it oranje. So in Dutch, we call it oranje. So that's why the Dutch agriculturists changed the color of the carrots. But let me bring out the farmer produce again. So then you have to, in farmer produce market, you will see so many carrots with different colors. So if you use so many different carrots, I call it rainbow carrots. Although I don't get the 7 colors, but I call it rainbow. The moment I tell people, my patients, that buy rainbow carrots, you can see the smile and around their face. So just by thinking about rainbow, they become so happy. So I tell them to buy the farmer produce. That was my third tip. And otherwise, always carry your food containers with you. As we used to be a tiffin, my mother used to pack tiffin for me all the time when I was going to school. Now we are getting the school midday meal, and then also we are not sure what we're getting. But at the same time, I will advise everybody, because the industry or the restaurant will keep on putting as much as salt you cannot imagine. They will put as much as salt possible, because through the salt, they can reach to the taste. And the people can be very, very happy, because in Europe, it's the people not eating salt, only in cheese or some olives. So that's why they say that, oh, we are not eating much salt. But then I see them in their pulse, as she mentioned, I can feel in the pulse. If they're eating, I can calculate like Rajiv, Dr. Rajiv Ji calculates in 270 meals, he calculates the HbA1c. I calculate the salt content in 100 meals in a person by pulse. So last 100 meals, how much salt you have taken, I can calculate that from your pulse. And trust me, multiplied by 3, I will find out in 90% of the patients or clients or persons. So that means salt consumption is much more when people go out. So the fourth tip was carry food containers as much as possible when you go out. And then when you go out, also know where to eat out. You should know beforehand. Otherwise, you end up only with McDonald's, because that is freely available everywhere and every nook and corner of the street. And so you will end up, I'm 100% sure, when you are driving on the highway, you will end up always in a McDonald's, because no good eating joint you will find on the highway. So that were the 5 tips which to please our audiences, and also to respect the request, or I can say order, of our dear friend Neil Kumar, that we should talk about the 5 tips. That was 5 tips. So let me now come to what happens after 50, especially in the women, and why they should go. You know, menopause itself, I call it, it's a celebration. So why should it be considered as a disorder? It's a celebration. So it's like menarche is a celebration. When a girl received her first menstruation, that was a celebration. We call it age of menarche. And every menstruation cycle, in Ayurveda, we talk about panchkarma all the time, means detoxifying your body. Then also we talk about rejuvenating the body. Also we talk about the regeneration of the body. So panchkarma is not just panchkarma, which is detoxifying. So whenever you talk detox, you must always talk about rejuvenate plus regenerate, because there are so many tissues And probably at this point, Dr. Rajiv will not agree with me. Apart from liver, he will say that no other organ will be regenerated, but we will prove that. So in 50 years or 100 years, people will come to know that, yes, many organs can be regenerated. So there are procedures for that. So detox, rejuvenate, and regenerate. And you have to understand in the menopause, every month when you're having your menstrual cycle, that means you are already detoxifying. You are already cleaning yourself for last 4 weeks or 3.5 weeks, what you acquired the toxins as a woman. So, but now after 50, or in nowadays it's even earlier. So I'm seeing patients with premenopause, perimenopause, menopause, postmenopause, so many problems we see. And recently, 2 weeks ago, I had a very big 2 days conference on menopause in Ayurveda in Geneva, which is my clinic. And so it was so beautiful what I got to know about from people, what they're experiencing. And I tried to solve everything in my lecture that day and try to do that today also. So first thing is, a woman is prone to get weight. And prone to get weight, there are 3 things in weight gain: hormones, water retention, and fat deposition at unwanted places. Fat deposition at unwanted places. Double chin, neck, buttocks will become heavy, lower abdomen will become heavy. So unwanted places. Here it will come down, arms, under the axilla. So unwanted places, the fat will deposit. And water will deposit. And water retention, we call it. And then hormone already are dwindling at that age. And I teach sometimes in my Dutch classes, and people like it very much, especially the women, which is the 60-40 ratio all the time, that you know that after 50, what happens? The woman will start developing what male male and female after 50s, they try to catch up with each other. They try to compete with each other. So woman is getting little birds, little mustaches, little hairs, breast is receding, voice is become masculine voice. So all these things from the woman is catching like a competition with a man, that now you had so many years birth, now I would like to have it. So she's trying to have it, that, and that's called menopause complications. In that case, and the men, this is going away, then breast is a little bit developing. It's not gynecomastia I'm talking, usually after 50 breast is developing. And then all these kind of things, andropause, menopause, all these kind of things happens. So what we need to do in that case is that, so this is one other complications. So our veg and vegetarian kitchen, many of my patients, just by switching to vegetarian diet, I'm sorry, not the vegan, vegetarian one, because in Ayurveda, we talk about vegan nowadays, but we have always used cow's products as long as it were healthy. But nowadays, cow is also fed with very bad elements and chemicals and all this. So then I do not know. Now I cannot make good comments about the milk now, but A2 protein, that is something else. We can discuss some other time, A1, A2. And I can even show you in my kitchen here that I have A1 protein powder of the milk, which I bring from India, A2 protein, which I bring from India. And that's absolutely, we can use, but it's about the availability nowadays. So what I will say here is that salad was very good example, which we got today. That's one thing. Walking, swimming, cycling at this age, all these kind of small details, if a woman will take care, she'll be having a graceful menopause in this period. And and water retention, as we discussed a lot of recipes today. These are all recipes using of fenugreek, using of Karela, the bitter gourd, as much as possible if you can use it. It is freely available in London. I don't know rest of the part of in England if it is available or not. It is called Karela. I will write in the chat box. It is a bitter gourd, we call it in English. And in my language, we call it Karela. There's so many recipes available on YouTube, and I can also share one time, and I can also bring my wife. She's equally experienced than me, because she's from Rohtak University near Delhi. And we are, by the way, Amrita, we are not doctors for 50 years. We are doctor for 40 years, but we got admission in 1977. So 46th year in Ayurveda we have now, and we both are around between 62 and 63. So we cannot be experienced for 50 years now. So I cannot go for 12th year in my school. So this is what I can say here. And Karela recipe very good. Fenugreek as much as you use, asafoetida as much as you use, and physical exercises, yoga. And I'm not the yoga expert. Dr. Rajiv is. Dr. Rajiv can and a lot of people from Art of Living are member of Healing Our Earth. So all this can contribute more about the yoga. But I can say cycling, swimming, and walking. That helps a lot. And then some food we discussed. And I think this will be a little bit time and also something more I will tell. Vegetarian, vegan diet, what it has to do with the body, especially in 50s. This helps with weight loss, removing the extra water from the body, lower the odds of getting heart disease. Vegetarian kitchen always lowers the getting the heart disease, and also vegan. So many people will vegan. I know that in the West, vegan is a little bit trend, although it's not a trend now. It is come in the people's plate nowadays. It used to be a trend 10 to 15 years ago when we experienced it in Europe here. And it will promote a restful sleep, which is very, very important. About restful sleep, I can tell you, like why I said that one pillar of health is sleep. Although we can take one topic one day with Neil, that we can just talk on sleep. I can talk on sleep for seven days together on sleep. I can explain each and every dream, because Nidra in Ayurveda is a very, very big subject, which is ignored nowadays, because one diazepam and you take, and any other psychotropic drugs you take, and then sleep is gone. Sleep is addressed. That's not the case. So sleep, I say to people, like you have a opladar. Oh, I'm sorry. I use my Dutch language now. So you have a charger in the night for your phone. If you charge your phone in the night, then you can use it absolutely good for the whole day next day. That's why you are charging it, because your battery was off in the night. So your sleep is like a charging. It will charge your body. So sleep will charge your body. So next day when you wake up in the morning, and sleep also we say about sleep, Neil and all other people and the audience will be very happy to listen to this statement. We say in Ayurveda that you lie in the bed and you go to sleep. If you are not going to sleep after lying, when you lie in your bed, that means you're not healthy. So you go in the bed and you sleep. And you wake up from the bed and you sit in the bed in the morning, and then you go to the toilet. They're two healthy signs. If you do not have that, so please come to one of the Ayurveda consultant who is experienced in Ayurveda medicine and get few tips from them to help your sleep if this is not the case. So we say again in Hindi, because many people are from Kenya, Hindi origin. So let me speak in pure Hindi. I'm not able to speak so good Punjabi, but I can speak Hindi very good. Understand, because I'm coming from Delhi, and Delhi 6, Chandni Chowk born. So I'm born in Chandni Chowk in Delhi. So that's why I speak traditional Indian Marwari Hindi language, which I speak now. Sir thanda, pair garam, or pet naram. Means your head should stay cool, your feet should stay warm, and your abdomen should be soft. If you put your one finger in your abdomen, the one finger, you should not look at the one finger, it should go inside. If you put one finger on your abdomen and press it, you should not look at your finger. Finger has gone inside. That much softness in this abdomen should be, that's a healthy sign. And if your head is cool, that's a healthy sign. If your feet are warm, that's a healthy sign. If three things are good, then you don't need a doctor. If three things are not good, so you need a doctor to first get the three things in right. So thank you very much, Amrita, for introducing me. Thank you very much for Neil for giving me the platform. Thank you very much for the technical director, Nishit Kotak, who has paved us all this way. And thank you very much, Malaji. We see your so many enjoying videos. Sometimes please invite me also when you are with London Eye. So I'm always in London. Only few days I travel to Belgium, Netherlands, and Switzerland, but I'm in London. So whenever you're next time to London Eye and making some pictures and dancing, so I will not be able to dance like you, but still I will try my best. And Seema Bhatia was marvelous today, and everyone is marvelous today. Thank you very much. And it's really, thank you, Neil, for bringing all the people together. We say the decoction of people's wisdom is coming on this Healing Our Earth platform. Global namaste to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Neilji, your comments, please.
Thank you, Amrita. Thank you, Mala. Thank you, Dr. Naveen. Wonderful. This is what healing does. It brings people together, make them feel good. They heal, and in the process, they heal the humanity. So I'm glad that you enjoyed yourself. There will be plenty of time to join for other matters. Amrita will be in touch. She is leading on my behalf the Ayurveda Alliance of the World, which will start in Mauritius. So it will be fun. So just hang around, watch out the news. She'll be in touch with you. And Mala, your quick comment before we move to the next section.
Ooh, what deep point, Dr. Naveen. That was absolutely powerful things you've said. We women, I bet Sharron, you can agree. We all can agree. Menopause, women, all of us across the globe, such a big subject, and men seem to know the answers. It can go on until 70 years of age. We need some advice on the emotional state of women on menopause, number one. You can do all the physical things, and we fight it to cure our emotional state. Number two, it can ruin relationships. If people are married and suddenly there's, a breakdown in the marriage due to intercourse, and obviously if you had long, men have their needs, women have their needs, and then suddenly the body doesn't function that way to have those needs. That's another subject I want to, and any tips on that. Another thing is sleep. The sleep that now I identified why I don't fall off to sleep immediately, and I fall off to sleep at 12 o'clock or 1 when I go to bed at 10. So I shall see you on that subject. Could you put your details on the chat group so we could all visit you at different times and connect with you, because you brought some really important points. And thank you so much to explore with you.
So instead of putting my, and I think Mala, I will find you from Healing Our Earth, because you're a team member, and through Neil also. So I will try to put it on, but I think the US coordinator host is also here. So please, all of you will find it through Neil, and I'll post my business card. I'm sorry, my professional card. I don't call it business. So a professional card to the Neil by WhatsApp or by any other means, and then you'll have it very soon. And I'm in London, and I live in East London, near Gidia Park on the Elizabeth line.
So Dr. Naveen Gupta, she already has your number. She will be in touch with you. Okay. She will ping a message to you, and stay around, because we are going to the next round with our U.S.A. coordinator, who's going to show us what's happening, and also a nice exciting carrot cake. We'll go back to cooking. We'll be back with you, Dr. Naveen Gupta. Hang around. Thank you very much. Amrita, let's move over. So, Amrita, please go ahead and outro Mala. Mala, you can still stay in and intro Sharron. So we begin the next round with our USA leg. And here we go, Amrita, over to you.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Naveen, for joining. And we had our lovely Mala, who had been there in pictures, and I keep waiting for her video. So Mala Naikar is a surplus food champion, ambassador, and change maker, who is also a great humanitarian who helps people and children that do not have the basic means to live a decent life in the society. That is such a good job you've been doing. And she is a strong believer in justice and equality for all, loves to embrace nature. That's why we can see you always surrounded with nature. And she has a great yearning for spirituality to explore what's beyond our beings. Mala has created a unique place for people to feel welcome and socially included in her community. She is a strong believer in sharing skills, knowledge, training, and development in multi-generational societies. And that is why I see you in so many spheres and so many colors. And whenever I see your videos personally, it's so warming for me, because the energy that you are with comes up with, okay, what's next she's going to show. So thank you so much for joining in, and for being here and sharing such useful thoughts from your side and giving us wonderful tips on this platform. Thank you so much.
Amrita will retain Mala still here. She will still be sitting in the panel.
Yes.
You and Mala can be there. Sharron is now going to start. She will need your comments as well. And let's introduce our Sharron, who has been with us for a very long time. She's our U.S.A. coordinator, a lovely soul, very much affinity with the Indian culture. She knows India maybe more than us. She's a dancer, and here is a bit more about it. Amrita, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Neil. So Sharron, as we move from London and Belgium to US, we have Sharron Rose, who's MA Ed, president of Sacred Mysteries Production, is a filmmaker, choreographer, composer, author, and teacher. As a scholar in the word dance, music, and religion, her training and research includes ballet, modern dance, Kathak, Middle Eastern, flamenco, and African dance. She is also known for her unique reconstruction of dance, music, and rituals of ancient Egypt. She has received Grandson Awards for her work, including Fulbright Senior Research Fellowship to conduct extensive research into art, culture, and spiritual tradition of North India, where she became the first American disciple of Kathak Queen Sitara Devi. Sharron loves cooking and entertaining guests at home regularly, and she will be sharing her tips and recipes. And we are so glad to see her every time with something new and something more interesting and innovative with her ideas and her expertise in all this. So global namaste to you, Sharron. I'm so glad to see you.
Global namaste. We're having a heat wave here in way up in the mountains. It's a very rare thing. And since we don't have air conditioning, it's been quite challenging, but it seems that it's going to break in the next few days.
So today's vegan and vegetarian kitchen episode, what have you lined up for us today?
Well, I have two videos to show you. One is my dear friend, who's a great healer, who's been on Healing Our Earth, named Cindy Tate. And she's making a delicious, I'm telling you, there's hardly any left, carrot cake. And then I have an update on our garden, our organic garden. So if you can give me the ability to share, oh, here's Cindy. I'll begin by describing Cindy. Cindy, who is my dear friend and healer here in Crestone, Colorado, way up in the mountains, the San Luis Valley, is going to be making a really scrumptious carrot cake. Cindy Tate is an energy therapist and spiritual coach. Her knowledge and professional experience in shamanism, breath work, rebirthing, advanced massage, color therapy, unique and effective methods for measuring spiritual well-being, spiritual hygiene, and returning an individual's consciousness to full spiritual health has spanned over 35 years. Cindy's observation is that consciousness is continuously revealing unique methods of spiritual healing that powerfully benefit and liberates groups and people throughout the world. For many years, she has been running regular sessions to heal and upgrade the grid that holds consciousness itself. This is the hologram of divine intelligence, that is, to bring the dream of what is true into congruency, a new blueprint for heaven on earth. She is also an excellent cook, specializing in scrumptious desserts. So, Cindy Tate. She has helped me as a healer tremendously. I'm sure that she would have had a lot of questions for Dr. Gupta, which was a wonderful presentation. And so I'd like to share with you the video of carrot cake. Here we go. This is the view from my home.
Global Namaste. I am Cindy Tate, and I'm here to bake a carrot cake with you. This recipe comes from my grandmother, who was a pioneer woman in the Wild West, and this recipe is from around 1900. She gave me this recipe around 50 years ago, and I'm still looking at the original page that I wrote it down on, and it's almost invisible now. The recipe is 2 cups of flour. Originally, it was 2 cups of sugar. I've never put in more than 1/2 cup. 2 teaspoons baking soda, 2 teaspoons cinnamon, 1 teaspoon salt, 4 eggs, and 1½ cups of oil, and 3 cups or 1 pound of carrots grated. And that's cooked for 40 minutes at 350 degrees. It's a wonderful carrot cake. No matter what I've ever done to it, it always turns out pretty good. So I'm going to start by putting the liquids together. I have 4 eggs in this container, and I have 1.5 cups of oil that I'm going to add to it. And then I'm going to turn the mixer on that portion. I'm going to let that go for a little bit so it whips up a little. And I'm going to come put the dry ingredients together. Here we have a bowl of 2 cups of flour. We're going to add 1/2 cup of sugar. We're going to add baking soda, 2 teaspoons. We're going to add 2 teaspoons of cinnamon. After this is baked, there's very little flavor of the cinnamon. It's always very interesting. I'm going to stir the dry ingredients together a little bit. Nothing dramatic. Now I'm going to add the dry ingredients to the wet ingredients, which we have in the mixer. This is a recipe that you can stir by hand, although it's smoother if you put it in a mixer. When it was invented, there were no mixers. I'm going to scrape the bottom. And voila, our batter is ready. Now we're going to mix the batter with the carrots. The carrots are 3 cups or 1 pound, grated. The oven has been warmed up to 350. It's not the normal consistency for cake. It's an odd consistency, but it does bake up good. Partway through, you always think there's too many carrots, but then they blend in. See how it looks like it's not going to blend, but then it will. In the original recipe, it calls for a lot of sugar. as most recipes do from the turn of the century. Originally, it called for 2 cups of sugar. I've never put more than a half a cup in. Okay, so now I'm going to put it in the pan and we're going to put it in the oven. It will bake for 40 minutes at 350. All right, now I'm going to put it in the oven. So now I'm making the icing for the cake, traditional icing, which is cream cheese and butter and sugar. And I've already put the cream cheese in, and now I've added the butter. And we're going to turn this on and let it go for a little while because they have to mix together. After they're fully mixed, we'll start adding sugar. To cut the sugar, I've done many different things to make good frosting. Sometimes I put a few drops of coffee in. Today I'm going to put a few drops of essential oil, orange essential oil. And that keeps the sugar from being too strong. And of course there's a slight sourness because of the cream cheese anyway. I also always put a little dab of vanilla in. When you're getting ready to make frosting, you put your butter and your cream cheese out a couple hours ahead of time so that they're soft. Okay, I'm going to put some vanilla in first. That might be half a teaspoon, not very much. And just a few drops of orange essential oil. Sorry, I'm having trouble getting it out. All right. And add a dash of salt or a pinch. While you want the sugar, you also want to cut the sugar from being so strong, which is what salt does, vanilla. Stir the bottom. And then this is just going to mix for a few minutes until it's all the way whipped. Good morning. Global Namaste. So we are returned to frost the cake, and that's what we're going to do. I have to get a knife. So we have baked the cake and we have let it cool. And this is our bottom part. The trick to icing cake is to not get crumbs in the icing so that you have a clean looking affair. Your bottom part you turn upside down so that the flat part is up. You do your best to make it even. Like so. And then we will put the top part on. We're making a nice little square cake. In the old days, they would stick toothpicks in so that it wouldn't wiggle, but we're not concerned with that in this kind of cake. My method is to put the icing on top and then I'll let it drop down the sides so that I don't get crumbs in it. Sometimes we frost the cake just like this and not even do the sides. Depends on how you want it to look. And it depends on how much frosting you want. All right, I'm going to start going down the sides. This frosting is pretty soft and so it spreads easily. Sometimes you have a harder, different kind. In commercial cakes, they make the frosting not this soft because they want it to be a certain look. We're more concerned with tasting good. Up. I just try to get the basic done and then I clean it up after. This frosting is got some flavor in it because it's got cream cheese. It almost gives it a slightly sour taste, which is desirable because carrots are already sweet. This cake keeps good. For a couple of days, you don't need to refrigerate it. And then it depends on the weather. If it's super hot, you probably ought to refrigerate it sooner. Put a little texture on it. Which of course is just a choice. You could have texture or you could have smooth. Your mistakes show less if you do texture. And there we go. We have a frosted carrot cake.
Well, that cake, it's almost gone now. We gave it to many of our friends and everyone loved it.
And Sharron, what a lovely recording you've done. It's almost as a TV quality. So I think we should also get that straight away transferred into Enrich TV, our app, and also Lama Tantrapa in America, who you will be in touch with as a conference tail end of this year. And let's remind the viewers who are watching on the YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, Periscope, website, they can visit the same links as a recording. They can pause when they feel like. They can listen to our wonderful lady because she is a part of Healing Our Earth. Cindy has been there before anyway with you. And the nice soothing way she was explaining, obviously, because she's holistic, I think she put the energy in there. So lovely recording, Sharron. Mala, what did you think of that?
I loved it. I just wanted to, it's like tea time here in England, and it's time to have tea and cake. I love a carrot cake. And I love that, you know, you've got that vegetarian element, the colors and the way she grated that mix, that it was soothing. And I love the way she mentioned she reduced the sugar content in it as well, because carrots do have that sweetness. She focused on, you know, sugar and things like that. Oh my gosh, I want that recipe. I'm going to try her recipe. And
I love the fact that it came from her pioneer grandmother.
Yeah, absolutely. And that little book, yeah, I looked at a recipe book, you know, she had that written down, and it reminds us of going back in time when we wrote down recipes, and there were old recipes from grandparents and from different generations, and she still had that.
Yes, I love that. It's one thing about the Jewish culture that I grew up with, and then when I went to live with my Guruji Sitara, the Hindu culture, we found many, many parallels, and there is such a focus on tradition and family and handing down the knowledge from generation to generation.
And Sharron, you know, carrot is very useful in the Indian wedding scenarios and parties because we make a halwa out of it, which is a mixture. Right. And I think going back to the plant-based life, which is what you did with the modern bakery technique, I think we are all reverting to the technique of the plant-based, which our grandfathers or their great-great-grandfathers, they practiced because they didn't have that much processed food in their time anyway.
Yes, it's interesting. I was speaking with my son. My son was 3 years old when we went to India, and we were there on and off till he was 8. So he had a very interesting upbringing, but I have 2 granddaughters now, and he's very concerned because one of them seems to have some kind of food allergy. So he's very concerned and reading up on food, and what he's telling, we should have him on to talk about it. It was amazing. The food is so filled these days with chemicals and toxins and all that. He was appalled, but he said that they're doing a new program in the Boston schools in which they're bringing all healthy food, all organic, and all the junk food will be removed, and the kids are getting involved with the cooking and the growing of the food. And this sounds wonderful. So we need more, you know, Healing Our Earth. We love to bring these kinds of projects in so that we can help people to understand how to live a really healthy life in tune with the earth.
And Sharron, you were not there during the earlier hour because it's quite early for you in the morning as we started. It was literally about 6:30, 7 o'clock when you were there. The new fashion at Healing Our Earth, we actually start now project alliances and collaboration live on the live show. So today, with one of my friends who are very good food manufacturers, who have got all the scientific proofs of healthy food and products, and have got a vast array of products, where Mala will get involved, Seema is coming from the food industry will get involved, Amrita will get involved with our project in Mauritius through our project leader Ish Sharma, who is part of Indian Ayush Ministry, and also Rajiv Gupta, who is part of our integrated lead team, because Eat Smart, Think Smart, Be Smart project can be enhanced now with not just talk, but actual ingredients available that goes with the talk. So again, I think it would be good to involve you in that forum, because the products are not in USA as yet. We are keen to take Africa and maybe Pan-Asian countries more first. So the new fashion, what we are doing with Healing Our Earth, now we are coming to the 200 episode, is now culminating into alliances and the projects. So it will be beautiful because you also love growing your own products in your own garden.
Well, I have a video to show you an update from where we're at the moment.
Please go ahead. It's the right time to bring it in. And then Mala, I, and Amrita will be here to chit chat, and we will say joyful vegan vegetarian day before we say goodbye to everybody. Over to you.
Chicken shit, that's chicken shit right there. What do you call it? Ashes from the fireplace. And then you let it sit in and you make compost tea out of it.
For how long does it sit?
This has been sitting for about 8 months. Still not totally done. And this is the most fertile stuff of all. This is wicked. It smells horrifying. First we put the azumite, which is minerals. Then we put the perlite and the vermiculite, which helps you manage your water. And now we're sticking on our very black compost, which looks very good. And then we're going to dig it all up and put it together and take a hoe and rinse it all out. Then we're going to put cardboard over everything. And then we plant. And that's it.
What's the difference between the ones that get the
It's or anything. Oh, take plastic out if you find it.
Yeah.
Ooh. Smells like a garden in here.
What's the purpose of the cardboard?
Acts like mulch, stops the sunlight from destroying the dirt. Well, because the dog wrecked our garden over the year, and because it rains and snows, we have to top off the boxes. And she's putting perlite and fertilizer, and I've already put azumite, which is minerals, on everything.
Global Namaste. It's great to be with you. It's July 15th, and this is where our mini farm is at this point. So here we have peppers, then basil. Over here, that's some kale actually, watermelon, and we start with our tomatoes. And marigolds, of course. More tomatoes. Over here we have some tulsi growing right here. Basil. And I'm trying to know what that is. Then, of course, onions. More tomatoes. More tomatoes. Here's some lettuce we just planted. You can see the little sprouts coming up. Over here, More onions, more peppers. Oh, we've got also some eggplant, broccoli, artichokes. And then here we have all our spices, lots of spices. And then here is our berry garden. There's currants over there and lots of different things. You can see we have lots of gooseberries, amla, lots of them. We're gonna make some great chutney this year. And these are elderberries here. And then more gooseberries, some rhubarb. Well, that likes it in the fall and in the spring. And here are some raspberries. So now we're going to go into the greenhouse. The greenhouse is very hot right now. Every day when I go to water, it's like being in a sauna. You can see already our cucumbers. Lots of cucumbers here, and you can see the cabbage. You know, last year we made some sauerkraut. That's what we do with the cabbage. And broccoli, and there's another eggplant. More cucumbers, snow peas, and cabbage. Then, oh, and even in here, down in here, you see some bok choy. And I have some that needs to be planted. Here we have tomatoes and tomatoes and tomatoes. Yes, some of them, these are delicious, these little ones. And then, here we go. Basil, lots of basil. Over here, I've started these little ones, I'm starting some hibiscus. If you remember, we made hibiscus chutney last year with Amalia. And then over here, we have peppers, and then we have our goddess onion.
Wow.
You know,
Wow.
it's interesting to look at it. It's like, my goodness, so much work.
Phenomenal work. I mean, do you have friends that help you? Or, it's a
well, this year, those two, Sarah and Tuva, helped us, which was really good because, you know, Jay, my husband, he's now 70, I'm 74. And it's nice to have young people helping us. And then all that basil, let's see, 2 years ago, we grew a lot of basil, and I made pesto and then put it in ice cube trays and froze it. And then we take out the little cubes and put it in little bags and keep it. And we're just finishing the pesto from 2 years ago. And now, since it's so big, I've got to cut it back. Like, I think the heat wave is going to break tomorrow. So I'm going to cut it back because it keeps growing if you cut it back. And then I'm going to start the whole process. We grow all those tomatoes. Last year, we had, let's see, Jay canned 75 quarts of tomato sauce. I was reading that there's a shortage in India, and we're here with like abundance. So, and we're almost out of our sauerkraut.
And you've got
we really need. It's very expensive these days. So everybody's kitchen is, if you have one tomato, that's a big gift to give somebody in today's time. We have
What's the
Kumar.
reason?
Neelji, your comment.
Yes, Sharon, the tomatoes in India, you heard right in the news, what used to be 25 to 30 rupees have gone to 80 now because the government have stepped in. It was going and touted to be 300 rupees per kg, which anywhere on the earth is not possible to buy because it's very expensive, and tomato is one ingredient that Indians, tomato, onions and potatoes, they need to use most of the people. So you heard it right. Maybe you can send good energy from there and get tomatoes growing over here. Sharon, you mentioned you are 74. Of course, let's remind the viewers that you are not 74, you are 50 plus VAT, because you still dance, you still roll around in the kitchen, you are very energetic at healing our earth. Sharon, so tell me, you're going to have a heat wave. How will it help the growth of certain products in your garden?
Well, the tomatoes and the peppers, they love the heat. They just love it. We have to water more often because it's so hot. But those in particular, and I don't know if you know, we have these covers that we put on some of the boxes. They shade them, but they also, that's the lettuce box you saw, but also in the cooler time. So it extends the length of the cool crops. So lettuce and kale and these things, we'll be able to grow all the way, maybe even till December. We try to, the main growing period, we begin in about April, although this year we had a very cool spring. So we had started from seed, and then it got so cold that they all died. We had to start over, but it's doing really well right now.
And do you have to use pesticides a lot?
We don't use pesticides. If we're
you're
going
fully
to,
organic.
yeah, if we do anything, because we've been very fortunate that way, in that we have not had many little creatures. I did release a whole bunch of what were they called? Ladybugs.
Yes, that helps.
That helps. But anything we use is organic. This is complete organic. And what the other thing I want to say, which you of India will definitely appreciate, is that Jay forgot to mention that, in the compost that he makes, the liquid ingredient is urine. We save our urine.
Yes.
And we put it, he puts that in there because that brings the nitrogen. Because I know there's been a lot of problems. The fertilizer in general in the world has gone up in price too.
I was going to ask you about over surplus food, because I worked a lot and I'm very passionate about reducing food waste. So you'll have an abundance with the sun and tomatoes growing out of our ears and beyond the freezers. And then we can't use all of it as well, especially with cucumbers and things like that, short-lived food. Do you sell them? Do you just send it to your neighbors and friends?
We have parties. And like I remember we had a big party like last September. We had so many tomatoes. We had these big boxes and we just gave them away. We also here have a food bank. We have a community garden here. I'd love to go there and make a little video for you to see what the community does.
I think you did, Sharon, once. You took a bit of recording for us, and it was lovely to see. You waved in and out of it, so it was beautiful. So I can imagine you having instead of slumber party, we have cucumber party. Come and heal your eyes. Is that what you do?
Oh, definitely. And we just, we actually, we had so many things last year that we actually also traded, because we have a full organic little store here. This town has about 3,000 people, and we have a small food store, all organic. They were amazing during the COVID. They kept us supplied. They look for the most pure ingredient. Everything in there is organic. So we did some trading with them for some of the produce.
And Sharon, is there anything exotic you grow there, or anything that's not indigenous there that is growing in the mountain?
Well, the tulsi and the hibiscus, I always plant and last year we had enough to make a few jars of chutney, and it was incredible. Had edible hibiscus, roselles. Our Amalia Waiching, we made a video which was on the show of how to do that. And let's see. Now, the other thing we're doing more this year is growing herbs and spices, because they are going up in price as well. You know, we're doing oregano and sage and dill and rosemary and lavender, like that.
Very true. Of the sleeve of Dr. Amrita Sharma, because where she was in her childhood, she lived just like you in the mountains in Himachal Pradesh, a completely different country. And there were so many kind of herbs and trees and fruits growing. Amrita, can you tell us more about that? Okay, you're muted. Unmute. Let's mute you and you unmute again, please. And unmute now, please.
I actually have been born and brought up in that environment where the nature, exactly. So when I was seeing your garden, Sharron, I just reminded of my childhood days where I used to jump from one plant to another and pluck some berries, and I wasn't knowing what are the seeds, what are the berries, but to play the childhood games with my friends, it was so interesting, and to pluck some leaves here and there. So in my garden now also we have the walnut tree, we have almond tea tree, we used to have banana tree, and I remember I used to have plum and peaches tree, and they sometimes used to be so much that my dad and mom used to make jam and jellies for me, and I used to love those jellies actually. And then we used to give it to everybody. And nowadays we are having home curcuma, so I think curcuma, and you must also grow ashwagandha and aloe vera. That will be very good herbs for you.
I have some in my studio. I have it indoor.
Because I was looking at the climate and the soil that you have grown is pretty natural. It seems to be chemical free, and the plants are growing very well, because my expertise in this field is in this field. So basically I was looking at that aspect of the scientific aspect of how plants are growing, and we still have kiwi, and that is also in abundance. And with the kiwis, we used to share it with people and my friends, and they used to wait when I'll have the basket of fruits for them in the school actually. So sharing these kind of things, and bunch of grapes, and we have a lot of monkeys as well who disturb all that, and they love fruits, and we need to do a lot of things to protect the fruits from them. But it's really wonderful to have your own kitchen garden, and this is such a rich wealth that you have gathered for yourself, and that's why you are 50 and we are 80 at this age actually.
Interestingly, Sharron, I love your cross-generational impact. I love that. That's what I'm working with in my food partnerships in Lambeth, bringing cross-generational, and you've got the young people there, and you know, you just educate them, and it just becomes a way of life. And what I loved was you had Queen Yen there, and she's my goddess actually. I've got a book on Queen Yen. Wow, I must talk to you about.
Actually, I just composed. You know, I've talked about I'm doing my magnum opus. The Nectar of Bliss, a journey into the heart of the divine feminine and cultures around the world. And I'm now just composed my final song. The rest are ready for mixing, almost ready, which is called Quan Yin, She Who Hears the Cries of the World.
Deep. Yeah. That is beautiful. She's the mother, and she's on the lotus, isn't she, Queen Yin?
Oh, yes. She's very much like Tara. And of course, the story of Kuan Yin is that she was Avalokitesvara of the Buddhist tradition in India. And then, you know, when the Buddhism went to China, she was still a man. And then when the Christians, the Catholics came into China, they had a longing. They introduced the Virgin Mary, and they had a longing for the goddess of compassion, that element of compassion and mercy, to be in a feminine form. And so she shifted into this beautiful Kuan Yin, who has many correspondences to Tara and to the Virgin Mary.
Wow, how deep is that? Well, she's your security guard there, and she's empowering all the positive energies and light, growing all the lovely fresh food. I think we should work together and exchange ideas. We're all doing so many wonderful things. Even Dr. Amrita, you mentioned, your family gardens and all the lovely things they grew. So maybe we could share and exchange ideas. Bring that to London, to urbanites.
Definitely. And I think that has a spiritual reference as well. And if you see in Himachal, we have got a lot of traditional gods and goddesses, and they're especially gods and goddesses that are related to the crops and the traditional foods that people grow, because most of them are local farmers who grow crop for their own survival and for livelihood. And therefore, the existence of gods and goddesses in that place of where you have agriculture fields basically is bestowing the wealth of the blessings that the gods and goddesses bestow, and people firmly believe on that. And I personally think that these kind of things help you to nurture with the things, because virtually what we are eating is phytochemicals which will be coming from the plants through sun, through earth, and the 5 elements. And in that, the gods element is the super element that will be giving everything. And because of that, everything is there. There's a wind, there's water, there's soil, there is everything, and the happiness beyond that, where the nature blooms actually with that happiness. So that's interesting. Neilji, what
I
comments do you have?
must tell you an important, and now that you're bringing this up, so when because we're hand watering still, and so each plant is getting to Om Shrim Rim Shrim Kamale Kamalalaye Prasida Prasida Shrim Rim Shrim Mahalakshmi Devye Namaha.
Wow, that's so beautiful.
So that's part of my practice. So for the time I'm watering and sweating, I'm doing
No, that's a very good practice.
You've got all the goddesses watching over you.
I think what a wonderful culmination to the end of our program at sharp 6 o'clock in British summertime here. It's so wonderful. Amrita, how about you do maybe one sloka or a mantra, maybe Gayatri mantra, and then Sharron can say goodbye. Just before that, Amrita, Sharron, can you read and tell people about our future episodes which are coming, particularly the exciting Friendship Day and the 200 episodes? So here it goes, Sharron.
Here it comes, our future events at Healing Our Earth. Sunday, the 23rd of July, well-being and wellness, always a very informative show for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind.
And Sharron,
yes?
bit extra on this day, Seema, Dims, Kushi, myself and others will be live at the Global Retreat Center on this day, which is the Brahma Kumari's Global Retreat Center, which is reopened again after extensive refurbishment. And we will be coming live every now and then during that program, as you will be there as well, and Amrita and Honey, and we will have lots of fun. Over to the next episode.
International Day of Friendship, Sunday, 30th July. This is really important these days in our world. This friendship, this outreach, this understanding and appreciation of people and cultures throughout the world. This is what we are all about here at Healing Our Earth.
And at this point, Sharron, you're going to pledge to us, and I pledge to all of you, we will remain friends forever, as the flyer says.
Yes, yes.
Till death do us apart. And you can see some of our members there in different episodes, including from India just recently, and Mala and Seema and Sarita and Hani and Vaishali and Lalit and Dr. Milan and Vinui and so many people over there. We will remain friends forever. Wai Ching is there as well at the moment. She'll be coming to picnic. And then we move to exciting this event, Sharron.
Let us celebrate together. Yay! 200th episode on Sunday, the 6th of August. Ooh, I've got some great people to bring to this one. Some musicians, some very talented Indian musicians. It would be wonderful to have them come on. So that's the 6th of August, and we're going to celebrate this wonderful experience that we have been having. 200. It'll be 200 times. Yay.
And more importantly, Sharron, it is the views of yourselves, coordinators, Amrita, Mala, Milan, Lalit, Hani, Vaishali, Deepa, Shivali, Saivani, so many of us who have been part of us as a producer, as coordinators, as the host, as to how healing has made difference in your life. I would like to know from each one of you, and also some of our facilitators who have always enjoyed us and stuck with us for this many episodes. I love the poster design as well by Pratima from India. She collated everything and she literally dumped my flyer and said, I want this one. So maybe we will thank her as well. So the 3 episodes will remind that next Sunday is Wellness Wellbeing, where we're going live onto the retreat center, following with the International Day of Friendship, where you can be friends with your pet, your cat, your dog, your siblings, your husband, your spouse, your friends. Come and share the knowledge what friendship means to you. And then let's celebrate the 200th episode at Healing Our Earth. Isn't that wonderful? We've been going on and on all the time. Amrita, a nice mantra from you, and Sharron can formally say goodbye just temporarily for this evening. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Neeraj. So let's have a Gayatri mantra, closing the eyes, joining the hands together, taking a deep breath. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo yo na prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo yo na prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo yo na prachodayam. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Slowly and slowly open your eyes.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita, all the way in India, our senior host and Ayurveda episode producers. Thank you for being here at the Kitchen Show, and thank you, Mala and Sharron. Just before you formally close, let's once again wish big congratulations to Meeta Joshi for she gained, and finally she got what she deserves, is an honorary degree for Doctor of Philosophy in Humanities from the United Graduate College and Seminary. So big congratulations to you, Meeta. That was a live announcement while we are on the social media. Sharron, you can close now, and over to you. Thank you.
As always, it's been a joy to be with you, bringing you all such wonderful recipes and tips on health and wellness and gastronomical delights. Please join us every week as we continue our work at Healing Our Earth to bring health, happiness, and so